Hey, a new guy! Did you know we're the Phantom Thieves?
Ryuji?
Hello.
Hello there.
Hello there. Hello. Hello there. It's time for Demon Con. That's true. It is time for Demon Con, my boys. Does everybody have their badges and their little stamps on the back of their hands that say that they're ready for Demon Con? You can't come back in. If you leave, you can't come back in if you don't have the stamp.
I'm already in.
Well, if you go to leave, you can't come back in.
They don't do the stamp things anymore.
Well, I'm doing it here. This is my world. There's still
these guys are 1,000 years old.
There are two constants. There are two constants in my world. One, treasure is pronounced treasure, and two, they do the stamp thing.
What about that hit sitcom Frasier?
No, it's treasure.
No, Frasier.
It's treasure.
No, the sitcom.
Oh, Frasier?
Frasier.
Oh, they love Frasier.
Frasier.
They love Frasier. I'm sitting here, the owner of the Milk of Lots drink, as Shock Foxy has said.
Ew.
Very good Milk of Lots drink. He put it backwards. That's how you can tell it's like fantasy, you know? The letters are backwards.
Of course.
You had to wait 2 hours in the VIP line. You could have gone. You could have went through the VIP line if you would have had the stamp. I don't have the stamp. I'm pointing to where the stamp would be on your hand. I don't need the stamp. I own the park.
I can come and go as I please.
I can ride the rides all day. Whenever I was a kid, I actually thought that's exactly how it worked. It probably does work that way. Like one of the things, like I would say, going to like Six Flags or something like that. It's like I'm gonna own a park like this, and then I won't have to wait on any other rides. But can you imagine that being an actual like thing where like you're just at a park and then somebody cuts you in line? It's like, oh, what the fuck? How come that guy can go? He owns the park.
But you're probably not supposed to do it.
but who's gonna say anything?
Stop you?
Exactly.
Who's they gonna report you to? You.
He owns the park, sir. Sorry. Wait! You just hear me screaming in the background. It'd be great. It'd be good. Yum, 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 yum. I will now put the Milk of Lots drink away.
Do it.
It's gone. There goes
Proud
the
of
Milk
you.
of Lots drink.
Good job.
I'm making that a magic item in Lon. You guys go there. It's like, of course, the one way we can stop the Zora, the Milk of Lots drink.
The old king. He knew this. That's why he told me to go there.
That's why he told you to go. He could have just, I don't know, said it out loud. It would have taken a lot.
Cryptic bitch.
It would have been a lot less, bad. Like we could have went in that direction when we ran away, actually, and that would have been a lot easier. I wouldn't have had to get caught up in all of this business. Frankly, it would have been much easier in all respects.
If you're expecting competent royalty, you're in the wrong universe.
That's fair.
But yeah.
He's not royalty anymore, so he's more competent.
Yeah, he's not royalty anymore. He sits at home.
He got to tell you where the fuck you needed to go for something.
There were like a good 800 years of just no bad things at all in the Zora Kingdom. And then his son showed up.
And his
son was born. And this fucking guy, I don't even know where he came from.
Fucking guy.
Those were just like, I don't know where he came from. He's a fucking bitch, though.
Gortha's like, this really is your son? He's adopted.
Oh, thank the gods. Gortha was worried for a second there. Woo!
Oh, man. But yeah, there's some pretty interesting things potentially going to happen over at Demon Con. I'm literally just going over something really quick, making sure I have certain individuals over in my zone that you guys can't see things, and it does not seem as if they are there. They keep on disappearing every time I put them in, and I don't understand why. there are 2 tokens that keep disappearing every time. I had the same problem last week. But anyway.
Did you save the room?
I did. I'm decently. We had game. I'm decently sure the room got saved. It's fine. I just have to. I literally just have 2 tokens back there. I'm just gonna change them when they're needed.
I hear you're decently sure. Are you indecently sure?
Who's asking?
Someone who's trying to make sure you're not a fuck up.
You're asking if. Are you asking if I'm indecent, Anthony?
I don't need to ask that.
Happy Pride Month. Anyway, so with all that being said, my boys, I think it's time for us to just go right in. We're gonna throw us in to this beautiful scene in front of you of the lukewarm raspberry jam that is this lava pit, and we'll see how things kind of go. Because of everything that happened, obviously it's been 2 weeks, so I'm not expecting a complete like memoir or anything, but I am gonna roll to determine who's gonna tell us what happened. And that's gonna be Ronan this time.
Oh fuck.
Oh, you had the best reaction, you know that?
Heckin', what happened?
So Eric, what happened last time?
What happened?
We were at a Castletown, and a bunch of stuff happened. I took a nap in a cave. Polo was real nervous about the test, so Ronan played her a song. I don't know why I'm talking to myself in the third person, but whatever. And then
Ronan, which is me.
Gorthos is so proud.
Polo and me were like, "Hey, Marco and Galen seem like they're not getting along. Mostly Marco, though. Do we want to talk to him and see if we can get them to get along again? Cool. Break." And then we tried, and Marco fucked off. He didn't want to talk, so Ronan just kind of twiddled his thumbs.
Okay, break. I failed immediately.
And then Polo and Galen had a nice little talk. It was very cute. And then we went to sleep, woke up, and started traveling again with the two demon helpers. And they took us to the place where the test was going to be, except for Gorthos, because the guy was like, "Hey, people who've been here before don't gotta take the test. So y'all want to not take the test?" And Gorthos was like, "Yeah," and then he didn't. So we went to the house. And the rest of us had to take a test. And then it was a big old lava pit, except there wasn't a lava pit. We made it. We dispelled the magic, making it hot, and then it wasn't hot anymore. And then we jumped in the water, and it wasn't. Oh, spoiler alert! It was water, not lava. Yeah, it was just a trick. I don't know how this is supposed to test us for being worthy of Demon Con, but you know what? We're here, and we passed, and we're going down a tunnel in the water to find a glowing thing.
I don't know if it was super obvious or not, but the way she was acting, that wasn't exactly how you guys were supposed to finish the puzzle. But you know.
Yeah. Well, we fixed it. We broke your puzzle with our frog. And yeah, that's about what happened last time.
What happened whenever Gorthos went to went to the thing?
Gorthos went into a big room with a giant skelly man. And
Gorthos was like, "Have you gotten smaller, Vol Circuit?"
Yeah.
Oh, I must have.
Happened.
I thought you were bigger.
Oh, shit.
No, you're not smaller. You're having a calcium deficiency. You know you should be eating your weenies.
But yeah, we're gonna bring ourselves back into the fray here. Thank you very much, my boy. Let's go ahead and give you. Let's just look over the wall here. You can have this one. You can have that one. You can have this one too. I don't care. Take this one. And here, take this one just for good measure. All right. Anyway. So, You guys went into the water, except for those of you who stayed on the shore here. As Ronan, you made your way deep into the water. You saw that there was a slight area where people could potentially go under there. So you, followed by Obra, followed by Magic Frog, followed by Larry, started making your way down, so that Larry could do the thing where he could speak through you and stuff, do the walkie talkies.
Mm-hmm.
As the four of you make your way down and under, you do find that just a little bit of ways, not far at all, not really long enough to like be of any problem to anybody, any of your friends or anything like that. You find yourselves looking at this dark cave-like structure that seems extremely familiar to you. As you start looking around, you see that it kind of reminds you of the area that you had first met Gallon and Marco in. As you come up from the area, you find yourself looking at a pool of red water. Looking at the red water and looking around, you see that there is a large stone door that, unlike the one before that was behind the waterfall before, this one seems to have had all of its gems taken out of it, and the door itself seems discarded, laid off from its hinges. As the four of you look forward, you see a slight glow coming from that area. What do we have here?
Oh, can we talk underwater? Is that a thing we can do?
Oh, you see there's like a little air pocket under here. That's the first thing that he described whenever we came over
Oh, I
here.
see.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. My brain was someplace else.
No, it's perfectly fine. I understand. The water's a little warm. I got a little flustered as well.
I don't know. I don't know what that is. Let's go check it out, I guess. I'm
Be
gonna go
careful, it
towards
could
the
still be another
glowy.
part of this trial or whatever.
I will do my best.
You make your way forward once again, going further into this kind of dark area. Larry bounding behind you, ready to face any and all danger with you, and Magic Frog kind of taking up the rear as he's just like hopping, like not hopping, but like kind of like moving his arms and legs through, because like he can't really hop too high in here.
Yeah.
As you enter your way in, you see what appears to be, again, this glow coming from the area below you. As you see this magic circle, seemingly giving a lot of reddish orangish, not orange, yeah, it is reddish orangish light coming from it. Looking down at it, you see that it is rather large and seemingly made to be somewhat stable. You can tell that the actual writing along it seems as if it was etched into the ground itself. Upon looking it over, why don't you roll me for your diligence?
Oh boy. Come on. Come on. That's good.
Pretty good. Ronan, you've seen this pattern before.
Oh.
As you look over the patterns of the magic circle below you, you can't help but have a flashback over to the princess's little cottage beside the castle. As you're looking down, that one gave off a very similar glow, though not in the same color. But as you look it over, you're pretty sure that whenever you were watching Gallon going all around it, that at least the outer shape was around the same size, and the writing looks extremely similar as well. You can't read the writing, of course. You can't read the ancient Hylian that's there, but you do know that this is almost an exact kind of image of it, even if some of the writing or some of the things around it may be slightly different.
Huh. It's like a circle, like a magic circle. We got one of them magic circles.
Is that something the Hylians do? I've never seen anything like it myself.
I think, I don't know. I've only ever seen one before.
Mostly
I
for
don't know.
us in the domain, our magic comes naturally to us. We don't mess about with formula like this.
Yeah, I don't know what it could be ever before. I can't read this. Is there anything? There's nothing else in this like area, right?
It seems
Or
to
is
just
there?
be
And I just missed it.
it seems to just be a small room beyond the precipice of that doorway that you had seen before. Looking back at the doorway, like I said, it looked very similar to the one that you found whenever you first met with Marco and Gallon.
Right.
But instead of all the gems in it being like very prominent, it looks like they were taken out of it, and the door just discarded to the hinges. That is
Okay.
the only other thing in the room.
Huh. Well, maybe hmm.
Hmm.
Maybe we should have Gallon take a look. Can you make anything of this?
Nothing at all. Again, I was not ever taught magic like this.
Hmm. I don't know. Maybe. Hmm. I don't remember if Marco can or cannot read this. Probably
Do you
not.
want we should ask them? She motions
He's not
over to the walking boar
Oh.
that is panting like a dog.
Right, our talking Larry. Hey, he holds up like Larry's mouth to his face, so he like talks into it. Hey,
As you begin to talk, people over on the surface, they see Clavier lift up Barry as almost like a microphone like mic check sound comes out from it. It's like
hey,
ah!
we got one of them magic circle-y things down here, like the princess made in her workshop. I can't remember if anyone can read really old Hylian stuff aside from Gorthos. Can anyone do that?
Is there a sword? Like the last one?
Pretty
No.
sure I can.
Huh?
No, I'm asking you, DM, because it's been forever. Because I'm pretty sure, like with the
Yes, whenever
Ritz
you
and all
had
that,
whenever
yeah.
you had gone over these stuff before, you've never read Ancient Hylian before, but whenever you were reading it, whenever you were looking at the Magic Circle the last time, you were able to get bits and pieces of it because that was also the language that your grandmother had taught you when you were learning spells.
Oh yeah, I also remembered it like back in the Forest Temple, being able to read it and shit.
Yeah. You were able to like again kind of guesswork your way through it. As the two of you like start thinking like whether or not you could read it, for a moment, there is a look from Clavier over toward the mortal goddess, who just looks away. But
No, that'd be cheating.
that'd be super cheating. We're not fucking doing that.
Honestly, kind of is.
Well, I mean, why'd she look away? I wonder when. Maybe she can't. But
Maybe
as
she's just that much of a fuck up.
Just no literate goddess, it's fine.
why are you guys being so mean? As Clavier like looks at Barry, just like nothing else is coming.
Oh,
there it is.
I don't think I got an answer. Can Gallon? I think Gallon. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, I'm gonna come back up and get you, I guess. And he'll I guess he'll put down Larry.
You put down Larry over a pet's Larry.
Aw.
You're gonna go back and try to get the others. You're pretty sure they could probably make it on their own, but if you go back and get them, obviously it'll be faster.
Sure, I'll just do that. Make it
Because
quick.
you and your new super swimming ability.
Yeah, that's right.
Ronan, not understanding your own swimming capabilities, you come rocketing out from the inside. You do like the whale jump up from the water when you come up. The free
It's like
willy
land
whale
on-
jump.
Just land on, eat shit on land. Like fucking.
You just like
Okay.
land chest first on the land.
All right. Okay. He just stands up, dusts himself off, and fucking goes over to Gallon. All right. You ready to go?
Oh, let's go.
All right. He'll just grab Gallon and fucking yeet himself back into the water.
All right, save the
Whee.
day.
Blurp.
Be safe.
As you guys go deep down into the cave,
And
as
Yeats was just like, wait, I forgot to hold my breath.
Oh no!
follow very closely behind by your two spirits. Oh, hey, Polo, what are you doing here? They will start like lazily floating. Well, no, one of them's lazily floating after. The other one's like already almost at where you're going. But yeah, and there's like a doggy paddle, like going forward, but then going back, but then going forward, but then going back. As you guys go further in, down into the area, you hear from Z. Z just kind of like floats over toward where you are, Marco. As they do, they just kind of like sit over and look over at you, just like, what was that about, Marco? You said something before they left. What's going on?
I just said go save the day. That's all I said.
Oh, okay. They really do that a lot, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Z says Z says with complete like faith and loveliness. You say with content.
Contempt and jealousy, you know.
But you both agree. That's the best part of everything. By the way, I did it again. There's the music.
There
Anyway.
she is.
But at which point Z just is kind of happy, like flopping around, like floating around in the area at you. Ronan, you and Gallon make your way down. What's up? Wait, keep Owen.
Did Polo have something she wanted to do? Was she moving?
No, I'm fine.
You were just making your way over. I don't know if there was more to that scene. We can have more.
I was thinking about it, but no.
Okay.
Okay.
If we can either way we can see what's going down over here, because it should be relatively understood, at least to an extent. As Gallon, you do make your way out and down into here. You didn't hold your breath, so you kind of got like a mouthful of very warm water.
Oh god, so much Jello. Oh.
So much red, so much tropical
so much
punch,
fruit punch flavored hot spring.
flavor blast. You come out from the other side into the underground cave area where Obra, Magic Frog, and Larry are still standing. As you make your way a little bit further in, you see the glow, just like Ronan had said before. You guys see the magic circle all on the ground. And again, Gallon, just like Ronan had said before, looking over at it, it seems to be the exact same dimensions and written almost in the exact same way as the one that you had seen over in the cottage beside the castle. Only this one seems as if, again, it's a lot more permanent, as if the area beneath where it was has been etched in instead of something just laying flat over it. The writing does seem somewhat different, though there are some similar wordings to it.
So also, wait, is this like one language, or is this a mishmash like the one at the castle was?
Whenever I say a mishmash, I mostly meant this is all ancient Hylian, from what you can tell, looking down at it.
Yeah, no, because the big thing with that was like accentuated with the other one is like there was Hylian, there was demon, there was other things.
Yes. Whenever it came to that one, it seemed like there were separate layers to it. Like there was like 3 different layers to the actual spell. This one itself seems mostly all in ancient Hylian. Looking down at it, again, you can see very similar wording to the ones you had found before, but because you don't know the different, because you don't know everything of ancient Hylian, some of it is still being lost to you. But for example, one of the ones you see on the first layer, it does seem to have the same kind of wording for transport onto it as the other one did. It's just the other layers are somewhat foreign to you at the moment.
Also, because I went to go glance up notes and all that. From what I remember, he got the knowledge to read ancient from the Triforce when he got the Oracle bits.
I believe that is definitely true. What you had just said to me.
Yeah.
And if I have written it down here that everything's in ancient Hylian, I guess fine. I'll tell you what it's written here. God.
Listen, I'm just saying because it was accentuated before in like the backstory game. He couldn't read the magic door.
Yeah.
I guess I'll follow my own rules.
Well, it was gonna be a thing. But no, that's fine. Definitely. It all seems to be all in Ancient Hylian, and because you can read the Ancient Hylian, you would see that the 3 different layers of this. The first layer, just almost the exact same wording as you remember seeing in the Princess's Place. It seems to be a transport to a certain location. Though you can tell that the way that the last one was, whenever it was mixed with the demon and mixed with the other languages, that one seemed like it was a lot more vaguely worded. This one seems specific. This seems to be a short-range teleportation. The one below it seems to have a key component. As you look over to it, it seems as if there is some sort of a catalyst that needs to be gotten before the circle will work. It does not seem to consume the catalyst, but it does say that there needs to be some sort of a magical crystal or magical gem that needs to be used in order to activate whatever this is. And the third line seems to be somewhat of a deterrent, not a trap in particular. You know that in Ancient Hylian, the only way that you would normally see something like that is with Shikatek, but there does seem to be somewhat of a deterrent for if there is attempted access without some sort of catalyst.
So it's going to teleport us somewhere, and we need a shiny, or else something bad will happen.
Yes.
Potentially bad.
Oh,
Yes.
No, that's what Galen's saying to them.
Oh.
okay. So is it gonna like take us to the place we need to go? Is that part of like the end of the trials? We get there?
I don't know. Maybe it takes us to the Lost Woods again.
Oh no.
Well, that would be interesting. Though apparently there's some bird there that I can't go through there anytime. If I do go, then some sort of attack or something is imminent.
There's lots of things there that we probably shouldn't deal with right now. But okay, so we need a shiny. So what kind of shiny? Should we...
Guess is as good as mine. As Galen's gonna look at it for a bit and just be like, what would happen if he just scratched out the other 2 requirements?
Galen, you would know that something like this would potentially be something you would expect from somebody who was good at inscripting kind of things. Looking over the actual text of things, mostly the magical writings you can look here, seem to remind you of the writings that were given back to you whenever Gorthos had given you that dagger before. So whoever had done the writings here seemed to be somewhat talented in inscription.
Ronan. Fetch my brother.
Okay. He will do that, I guess.
Ronan jumps in water, yeets himself onto the land again, gets back in the water.
I'll get used to it one of these days.
I want to imagine one of these times he's gonna grab someone, but instead of popping out, he just pulls them under.
Pulls them under.
Oh, God.
He pops up next to Kuro.
You just just feels on the ankle. Wait, what? And then just gets dragged into the lake.
You come up, you say your brother needs you. Kuro goes, say less!
Here we go!
You guys find yourselves swimming away from the mortal goddess.
One by one, I will just drag everyone down here.
Around this point, you will see that coming up from the water, there's just Arena. But you come darting out after her because she's just kind of floating in as not as quick as she can, but just kind of floating in. As you coming out, you land on the ground, Ronan. Kuro gets out of your hand, starts sprinting in the direction, stops. Oh, you're fine.
Yeah, no, I need your help though.
Oh, what do you need?
You know inscription, right?
I dabble.
Motions to the circle. So if I wanted to get rid of 2 of these.
Oh.
I'll point out this one and this one and this one needs to stay.
You see him looking at it. He was gonna say yes, I cannot read this at all. But then you start pointing things out. It seems as if there are some problems with that. If I were to try, it normally would be fine, but these seem to be etched into the ground underneath. If Yeah, I could try to break the sequence on these, but it would be hard to etch it in. I had to go and get really hard, but I could do it. I could try. It could risk setting off whatever it was, though. Unless you
I
have any
believe
other
in you,
plans.
Kuro. I believe in you unconditionally.
Before
We've already destroyed the lake. I want to destroy this.
you just feel a hand on your shoulder. Before we believe in your brother, before your belief in your brother collapses the tunnel, there could potentially be a magical thing we can do here. We just need to fill that part up, do we not? If it's etched down, then why don't we either etch it back up or fill it with something else?
Kuro?
I mean, it could work. I'm not smart enough to know this. It could work.
What did you have in mind?
Well, if worse comes to worse, we could always just go with the, well, ancient Zora method of putting some dirt in it and hoping that it works.
I mean, if that would work.
Let's
I
try it.
don't-
All we'd need is to have some other surface for Kuro to write something else into it, right? Dirt would make something well enough, I believe. Ronan, can you go and collect us some mud from the bottom of the pool here?
Yeah, hold on.
Jump. Scoop. Jump.
I just imagine at this point, just like doesn't even move. It's like just slides across the ground with the soap sound effect, just falls in the water.
The entirety of like one line of this place is just water at this point. It's just like it's like he's sliding back and forth. As you get this amount of mud from underneath, you hand it over to Kuro as he puts it on his hands, looks over towards you, toward where you are, Gallon. Because you can read this, I will give this to you. Because this was gonna be like if you fuck up this with your rolls, then it could explode or some shit. But I will give it to you because yes, you would know Hylian because of the Oracle thing. That is something I forgot. As you hand things over to Kuro, I will still need Kuro to roll, and so that I don't just be the one rolling everything, I want you to roll it. You're gonna be rolling you're gonna be rolling for Kuro's diligence, which is a lot more than you would think at this point in his life, but not probably as much as you'd like. It is still a +1, however, so it's still pretty good.
Hey, since I'm
Good for
rolling,
him.
can I use shinies?
Which shinies are you wanting to use?
God shinies.
You can use a god shiny. You can't use your Gallon shinies. You can use your god shiny.
Yeah. Also, no, it's only +1. I was about to feel like, is this reckless or dangerous?
Am I giving my brother a hero point? First roll is a 2. Oh, I don't move. I'm moving this. That would have been a 20 if you didn't roll on that. I'm moving it. There we go.
There we go.
That was almost a nat 20, but it hit the goddess point.
You are a merciful god.
I looked at that and I got pissed.
It made me physically angry.
As you see, you're able to point Kuro about. He starts making the area a little bit more modified. As he looks it over, though, upon coming back, he's like, "I'm not sure if I can draw on that." Before again, she puts her hand on your shoulder, Gallon. Maybe it just needs dried out.
Yeah, we can just bake it in. Fireball.
You put down some fire. You see that she also seems to have the gem on her head glow. In Ronan, you understand that gem is basically fucking for show, but you see the gem glowing on her head as she puts her hand forward as well and starts setting some fire. The two of you bake the area over, and it begins to somewhat completely erase certain parts of the spell. Kuro begins drawing over it. He's like, "Do you want me to add anything, brother? We're erasing 2 lines. That means we can probably put 2 lines in."
What could we add to it?
Again, I don't really understand this type of magic, to be fair. This is something that must be taught in the city.
I can't think of anything.
What, dude, Kuro? You must have some idea, right? You do this stuff a lot.
I do it enough. I could put in some sort of a protection spell, or I could put in some sort of a little nice spritz of freshen. I could freshen it up. I could try to turn something into a different thing. You know, to what they call it, transitration.
That's my brother.
Transmutation. That one. I could do some of those things.
Maybe something protective in case there's some sort of horrible monster on the other side.
All right. I will write in the divine words of protection. He writes down something as he see him like being very intricate with it. You're able to read it as it just says, "Please don't harm us."
Hug, please.
No bully.
No bully.
Entirely is a sacred and complex language.
I mean, looking at it, it looks impressive. It seems to take up like twice, if not 3 times, the space that actual sentence would take up.
Yeah, but so does writing in cursive.
Exactly. As you look it over, he's like, "All right, I can do one more line."
I think that's good.
Maybe one of the others could have some sort of idea.
Wait.
Who?
Heat resistance? Given motions back to the water behind us.
Ah, yes, that would be very good.
Ooh.
He starts to write in onto the thing. You see that he writes a very long visage of this very very dead, very beautiful language. As you see on the thing, hot stuff coming through.
I mean, at
He's
least
speaking in
it's
the language of the
accurate.
gods.
As he finishes those 2 lines, you see that the glow around the circle does change. It no longer has the reddish orange tint to it. There is almost like an ethereal blue kind of hue to it, as the glow changes to a bluish glow with a very out of place in the center of the glow, like line of pure red. As he continues to finish everything up, he steps back and the glow has completed, and it looks as if the circle is functional. There we go.
I see no
Okay.
flaws nor possibility of error. Get everyone else.
All right.
Ronan comes back to get everyone else. As you're coming back to get everyone else, before we get to that, Polo and Marco, is there anything you guys would like to do while you guys are on the beached area of this place? You guys will be here for a good few minutes while Kuro is doing his thing and while they're drying the mud there.
There was that comment that Marco threw, and it does have that little tinge of, I don't mean that.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a bit hesitant as she walks over. Marco? Well, it feels rather redundant to ask, but are you all right?
Peachy.
That doesn't seem like it's all right. I've never heard you say peachy before. Is that a Lon thing?
Yeah.
Not. Something tells me that. No, I think I know for sure that that is a lie, and you're not a very good one. I will not pry. I saw that Ronin's attempts were unsuccessful. I wish I knew what to say to make it easier, whatever is troubling you. It seems like you're very, very hungry. And while I'm sure it must be at outside forces, I feel like it is also at yourself. Um, again, I will not try to pry, or I didn't approach you before because I thought you might see me rather biased.
That is very true, I would.
But I think I can understand the sentiment where you might feel less. I cannot offer a quick solution, but I can depart a bit of wisdom that my mother gave me. If you would allow me to.
I can't quite stop you, so go ahead.
Marco.
She once told me that the emotions that people see as bad are not as bad as we really think that they are.
Oh, jeez.
It is not that the emotions are bad, it is the actions that we allow those emotions to fuel. If you are angry for forces you cannot control, or things that you cannot yet do, or just because you feel lost, I think fueling that emotion into pushing forward and proving that you can, I think that'll say more about you than, well, lashing out to the friends who wish to help you.
I've been trying not to lash out at you and Ronan, at least.
No, but you are a little despondent, and to Ronan of all people. I don't think, I don't think feeling the way you feel is wrong. I think if I was in your position, I would feel anger as well.
And you don't because...
Well,
You're really not angry at him? At all? For what he did? You're not upset over it? You're not considering all the possible things that could have happened if he had failed? Which he likely could have?
of course I'm upset. But at the same time, he did it because of me. He did it for me. To be mad, to yell at him, or... Yes, it would be because I care, but... At least I think it would also be very ungrateful. All I can do is be grateful that he did succeed. Just like when it happened with you, Marco. I could have been mad, but if anything, I was just happy that you were fine. That you were able to still laugh and brush it off your shoulders like it was nothing.
And why couldn't I? Gallon can do anything, so it's fine.
Gallon didn't do this, did he? What just happened earlier?
If it wasn't for your inspection and your insight, I don't think we could have figured out what was going on here. We probably would have been stumped for a lot longer.
I feel like Gallon could have figured it out. It was magical after all.
He wasn't even looking, though. He was having whatever was going on back where he was at. We were the ones talking about things going on. He seemed stumped. Ronan couldn't think of anything, and Oberoi couldn't think of anything. until you mentioned anything about it. And they're magical too.
You have a keener eye than you let on, Marco.
You seemed to stump that demon girl over there. She seemed really surprised.
Mm.
Well, there's not really anything to this puzzle other than looking at it. If there had been like a...
You got a nat 30.
I know. But Marco,
I know,
in
I'm
character
playing,
doesn't
I'm
know how great he did.
I'm playing.
Good sir.
I just wanted to say out loud for those watching.
I
They
got not
forgot.
30 on that roll. Marco's being... yeah. He is definitely downplaying what he did.
This was supposed to be an exit, not an entrance.
At the end, I don't think this was really a puzzle.
It wasn't. He was just so looking, figure it out.
But we all looked at it, Marco, and none of us could figure it out. At the end of the day, a trial is a test of your skills, the things you are good at, the things that you excel in above all else, compared to everybody else who is also taking it.
I'm a fairy, and I didn't notice anything magical about this place. Also, if I would have got super close to it, I was afraid that my wings were going to burn off.
At the end of the day, when I look back at what you have done and what Galen have done, they are not as similar as both of you thought. I wouldn't even say they are apples and oranges. They are vastly different.
I don't know exactly what happened. I've been away and not really being around you guys for the last little bit. But
you don't know what happened, do you?
I can
we
assume
we can quickly
I can
blah
ass-
that to Z.
I can assume with what Polo had said that it's something to do with something dangerous that happened.
Blah.
Okay.
And blah. And
Okay.
a negative light.
Okay. But in the end, I mean, you were worried about him, weren't you, as well, right? Everyone includes him, doesn't it? You were worried about everyone's well-being.
Mm-hmm. And he shrugs it off completely.
It must be really upsetting that he doesn't look to his own well-being as well as others. But
It's because of his situation, you see.
I was more
Being-
gonna say that's how they've always acted. All three of you. Ever since I met you all, at least, you've always been like that. Remember the Bemos room? The one inside when we went to go get Gorthos? You guys were just walking around willy-nilly and I had to hide. I wasn't gonna be anywhere near that.
That is true.
I know you're mad, and you're probably gonna be mad, but whenever you can think of something that could help you out, or if there's anything we can do to help you out, don't hesitate to ask, okay? You were worried about everyone, and that includes him. I'm sure that means you still care about him.
Of course I do, but if he's not going to understand it, then what's the point of trying to explain what the issue is when he just brushes it off?
Flies over and lands on your hat.
And also, I seem to be the only one that's actually really upset over it, and that's frustrating as well.
Because we're not grouchy and crinkling our faces doesn't mean we're not upset. With Galen's situation, he can't let any doubts get into his mind. The moment he does, I feel like he'll crumple.
Galen's also
actually
been
quite-
acting weird since the last dungeon. Before that, he was all kind of in the back of his mind and up his own, like, well, kind of duties and things like that, but now he seems a lot more freed up.
I don't know what his goddess had told him, but ever since he has been a lot brighter. But
The Gallon that hurt you before, Marco, might just be a different Gallon than the Gallon that's talking to you now.
This is a Galen that is freer than the one we knew before. That hasn't realized how blinding and scorching that light could be. Of course, I'm still going to give him recompense, and he will go through a punishment when I think of one.
Right.
I can do songs now. I can try to put him to sleep or something. Is that something songs can do?
I don't know. Song magic is not something I have any idea about.
I can put him to sleep. Sorry, I can hear everything you're saying.
I will say, Marco, I don't think he brushed it off as easily as you think. When I talked to him, it seems like the words you told him did echo in his mind for a bit.
Yeah?
I think in his own way, he will put them under consideration. Even if he thinks he did everything right this time, that doesn't mean he can't acknowledge the mistakes that he still made. Like, well, you know what I mean.
It is still a Gallon, though, so I don't know. It does seem like there has to be something else to everything. We'll see how things work out, okay? Try not to be too much in the dumps about it, alright? We're all needing you. You just showed what you could do. And I, for one, am glad that I can go around this place without having to go near any actual real lava.
Right.
I didn't want to hide inside your guys' bag the entire trip.
Alright. I'll try.
You don't have to apologize to him. That's not what I'm here.
Well, yeah, he's the one that needs to do the apologizing.
It's around this time that you guys would see, because the explanation to Z would have taken a little bit as well. You guys see Ronan this time coming up a little bit easier than the last couple of times. Ronan only jumps like around 8 feet in the air before landing again just in the water this time.
Okay, good. I think I got it.
Oh. 9 points.
Oh, thank you. That's a lot.
Swim.
All right, so I think we got the circle working. It should take us somewhere. Not sure where. We're gonna probably need everybody to gather around. So, hold your breath.
Marco looks over at Eve to see her reaction to all this.
You just see her like swimming back and forth, like she's just like doing her thing. She's like, "Oh man, the puzzle." Ah. But as Ronan mentions getting the circle going, she does kind of like look over at him and just gives a bit of a shrug. Whenever he says "hold your breath," she seems to take in a bit of breath and disappear beneath the water. You just see the mortal goddess just still standing on top of the water, just going like, "All right," before literally just going straight down into the water.
Sinking.
She just turns off. In. She turns off the stand.
Sinks Terminator style.
Clavier goes down. You see that there's a lot more flapping happening because Clavier, out of everyone, is probably the one least used to going underwater. It looks as if whenever you see them flailing around, it looks like they're the ones that need the most help, Ronan.
I will help him.
This
Uh,
poor boy.
those of you on land.
Swan dive into the water.
Wait, Mark, I'm still on your hat.
Marco has 100% has his hand over Z on his hat to keep this hat in place.
Like as you're in midair, he's just like and then like you put the hand over Z, and then you fall in.
I can't swim.
You just see little emerald eye just looking back at you.
I can't swim.
Do you need help?
I gotcha. Yeah.
How do you like my swimming?
How do you like my swimming?
It's like Golden Boy where he's like dying and then you
Yeah.
see him. It's like
You see that he just kind of flails his way over to you. You see him swimming less out of being able to be buoyant and more out of he's moving his arms so strengthfully and strong in the water that it is propelling himself to the top. You're pretty sure you don't want him to help you. I think I should be the one helping you, actually. You see Rocket just kind of grabbing at him. He's like, hey, what? Ah! And then the two of them disappear under the water.
Ronan will swim over to Polo. You need some help?
Yes. Sorry, I'm not.
Oh, you're
very
good.
Much of a swimmer.
That's completely fine. All right. Just grab onto her and swim over to Clavier and then grab him too.
Everyone makes their way down. As you're in the water, you do note, Ronan, that whenever you look over and see Vega and Rocket, Vega is fighting like ferociously against Rocket for a bit, but Rocket's just sort of like dragging him under. You can
Underwater. Huh.
You can tell just by looking over, Ronan, that Vega is not used to being manhandled by anyone.
the fact that Rocket could just fucking do that.
Rocket technically has higher strength than Vega.
I'm flabbergasted.
It's just Vega usually has better ways of using his strength. But as far as the actual stat is concerned, because of Rocket's buff for being a Donu, he actually has a 7.
They're stronger without the armor. They just wear it.
Exactly. They're faster. They're a lot faster without the armor. They technically have a higher AC without the armor.
Cartani was a nightmare.
The armor's
if
a
you were
limiter.
against her. It is. It's their power limiter.
Dude, I honestly, if any of you guys would have picked like wanting to play a Donu, one of the things I was, well, you know what I mean. One of the things I would have told you guys would have literally been if we would have like gone into like any sort of Donu history or things like that. They would nowadays they see it as like a badge of like, oh, we failed, so we have to take off our armor. But in my own kind of like canon for the Donu, they actually don't wear armor anymore because they failed once, they won't fail again, and it actually is somewhat of a power boost. But over the time, it's turned into a shame thing because obviously you needed to resort to that,
You shouldn't be failing in the first time anyway.
Yeah. So instead of it being a power boost, kind of seeing things, it's more of a you had to rely on your Donu strength, you dork. You all make your way down. As you get out, everybody is soaking wet, including that of the mortal goddess, who does need a little bit of help getting out of the water itself. But you guys get up there. Upon looking back, you guys see that the same kind of door kind of thing, Marco, as you saw before. Looking back over toward them, you, Gallon, and Ronan would have recognized this as a very similar one to the one you guys had originally seen in the Lost Woods. And again, all the gems being taken. Whenever you look over toward the 3 gem slots on the door, you do vaguely just like see like the top gem slot and have just a flash in your mind to the one that was in the top slot of the last one, that dark gem that seemed to have started a lot of your weird fucking curse shit back in the time.
Yeah, Marco definitely has gone over to the door and touched that part in particular of the door.
You have?
Just examining it.
You have done that?
Oh, this
Marco
door.
is doing it.
Oh, go ahead and give me a roll, my dude. This is
He's remembering this bit. I'll go. He'll just absent-mindedly touch the door like that, you know.
this is a straight roll. You do have a fleeting.
Okay.
I can't believe Marco's
First
fucking
off, it's
dead.
nat 20, so you know.
All right, we'll just hold on to that fleeting because I'm nice.
This is your death roll. You just nat 20'd your death.
Marco, as you press your hand into that that slot, you feel a very strange presence come about you. As you look, you almost feel as if you feel the pain of something being wrenched out of that slot, as if the thing that was there left behind an echo of just a shock or something as it was pulled out from there. There's a flash that goes through your mind as you kind of get the sense of just an extreme heat, and you absentmindedly just at that point look over toward the circle that is off to the side where Gallon and the others are, as you feel that whatever this magic was might have had something to do with creating that circle over there. Potentially that gem is what they had mentioned before, some sort of catalyst for this place, or maybe something else had gone on with that gem, but it didn't seem to give you the same feeling as the one before. Obviously it didn't try to eat you.
It didn't try to eat me. Yeah, I see.
But you do feel that from the gem. Some sort of a strange, superheated feeling, and some sort of a feeling of shock and pain, almost similar to that of a sentient creature.
Weird.
As this happens, yes, I believe that we should be able to step on this and go wherever it is supposed to take us. There is a slight difference in it. What did you guys do to it?
Rewrote it.
You see that Eve just sort of like reaches down and touches onto it. Well, I mean, I guess that's fine. I don't. She like tilts her head a bit, like. She's not sure if she should be worried or she should be impressed. You see her reach into her maidly pockets, and she brings out a small gem. As she brings it out, again, Ronan, Marco, and Gallon, you guys would recognize this gem. Looking at it, it seems to be the exact kind of size and shape as the ones you would normally see inside of those doorways. As she brings it out, normally you would need something like this to activate or even interact with that. This area here is a emergency exit of sorts.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
I can mention it a little bit now since, well, she motions to it. You will most likely be making your way into it and making your way into the manor itself, but this was not the correct way to go through your trial, but I suppose a win's a win.
There was no rules or anything given to us,
Nope.
so
You were only tasked with passing the trial and making your way to the manor. Believe me, this is a lot quicker. I'm fine making my way through. I've been walking for quite a while.
Well, then,
Yeah.
ladies first.
Slap that bad boy in there.
Oh, do I still require this? It does not
No.
seem to have the same presence of... I do not. All right, then.
Oh.
You see her stand in the middle. As she does, you guys note that as soon as she stands in the middle, she appears to look shocked and burst into flames.
Oh!
You see that she is then gone.
Your fire protection, right?
I'm sure that's I'm sure I did it. Hold on, I'm sure I did this. You hear a scream, and then he disappears.
A good yell.
Time to go in.
You go to step in, Gallon.
Yep.
Gallon, you make your way in. As you do, when you step in, you feel the flames tickle all about yourself as they rise up and around you. You do feel as if you are being set ablaze for a half a second as you let off a slight pained noise and then disappear.
They're not
Uh,
being turned to ash or something, right?
I'm gonna. He's gonna walk
Teleportation doesn't
over.
kill you and make another copy, right?
He's gonna. Ronan's gonna walk over. He's gonna pick up Larry,
No, Larry!
and he's gonna step into the circle.
As you pick up Larry and then rush forward, Obra holds
Clavier,
Black
stay
Clavier, and there's just tears in Clavier's eyes as the two of you go there. With your fire resistance, you don't actually feel any pain.
Oh, okay.
Huh.
Was that painful for you guys?
You don't, I guess you have Larry. All right, so Ronan.
He's asking Kuro and Gallon.
Well, first we have to get where you're actually at.
Okay.
Let me get you over there.
Ronan, the smart boy, taking the walkie-talkie with him.
Oddly enough, you guys didn't explode immediately and turn to ash. You guys appear.
Apollo just walking.
You guys appear over here, inside of the circle. As you guys come out, Gallon, since you were the first one to come out, I wasn't going to go to you because they wouldn't have had any way of contacting you or anything immediately. But now that Larry's here, we'll go to you first. As you come out, you look over toward where Kuro and Eve are standing, as they seem to still have like a glow of flame about them. You come stepping out of there. You'd had that slight scares, like that slight scared pain sensation, but like it wasn't actual pain. As you come stepping out, you seem to have like an aura of flame still around you, almost like you guys have gone Super Saiyan.
Oh, neat. Good job, Kuro. No one's dead.
See, I told you it would work. I was 90% sure I did not kill her.
I believed in you entirely.
Thank you for that. As Ronan appears behind.
Okay.
Again, covered in a fiery Super Saiyan aura.
Was that painful for you guys?
No, not really.
Okay. He's gonna hold up Larry to his face again. It should be good, guys.
At that, immediately just runs in with Orion.
As eventually others begin to start making their way, you go first, Polo, as you and Orion make your way over, followed by Clavier, followed by Obra. As you guys would bring your way out here, again covered in that almost Super Saiyan-esque aura of fiery magics. You see the others as they're here. You're like tripping over here. I don't know what's going on with you. You're having a time, Polo. I moved you off of the square that you were on because that square was bad. That was a bad square.
Polo had too much sugar.
I don't know where it was.
I think it's because
you were jiggling
I
around.
think it's because the dog was too close to hers,
Oh,
and
maybe.
they like awkwardly locked.
I don't know. You were jiggling. You were doing a jiggle. You're fine now, though. But yes, you come out. You look around. Everybody seems to be having their Super Saiyan times. Marco, you see your friends going and doing this. As you do, you see hip, hop, seemingly taking up the entirety of the thing. Magic Frog jumps on.
Please fall on them. Please fall on them. Please fall on them.
It does not fall on them,
Ah.
but comes out on the other side in a Super Saiyan aura for a frog.
Also, the hair, for some reason.
I was gonna be fine being squished because Polo would have still been on the circle when Magic Frog came in.
Then you're squished.
Ah! Oh no!
You are trapped under. You are trapped under the magnificence of Magic Frog.
Oh jeez.
All right, Polo.
You hear nothing. She is under Frog.
Oh, buddy, you gotta.
He kind of
Is there
shifts.
a Polo
He kind
under
of
there?
shifts around a bit, and as he does, Polo, your head sticks out of one side.
Oh jeez. You gotta lift up a little bit, but.
I'm okay.
You see that Magic Frog begins to lift up even higher from underneath as you approach Ronan. As this happens,
Is what happens.
that
Oh jeez.
pushing Magic Frog off of him, you see Orion turns into the Emerald Eye, lifting it high enough that you are able to be free, Polo.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you,
Sorry
Orion.
about that.
Magic Frog just
it's
sitting there
alright.
smiling, doing his thing.
I should have moved and made clear. That being said,
Just tries to move out of the way.
Yeah.
Da-da-da-do. Following after, there is the Rocket and Vega couple. The ghosts would make their way through, leaving the last two that are there, Marco and the Mortal Goddess. Marco, what are you doing?
And Z.
And Z, that is correct. Z is also here.
Mhm.
Z exists. Z
I am-
exists.
I am really tempted to just go back and get that treasure,
The treasure.
but I'm sure the others will be upset if I do.
Potentially.
He says this out loud, by the way.
Well, I mean, if there's a transportation just to the place, don't you think you can go back and get it anytime?
When you're right, you're right. Let's go.
I don't mean to tell you what to do. That's not what I'm here for. Though, as she looks over toward the water and then looks back to you, whenever you do make your way back over, perhaps I can accompany you. I do not believe that they're going to be liking my presence there very much. Why not?
Maybe.
We've been around some very nice demons, and I'm sure they're all very nice as well. It's just, if this Demise is here, he will most likely not enjoy my presence at all.
Okay.
We shall see, though. Shall we? She puts a hand out to you.
We shall. Grab.
You are led onto the circle by the Mortal Goddess, and as you approach and get back over here, Marco.
My god. Guys, I handheld the goddess. So
Oh,
loose.
you
Marco.
fucking degenerate.
As you holding the Mortal Goddess's hand appear on the circle, you stand there. There is no Mortal Goddess with you.
You're not supposed to grab Nux until you're married.
The Nux.
This is what happens, Marco.
It's all your
It's
fault,
gonna
Marco.
kill you. What have we said about doing reckless
Oh, fuck.
things? We just talked about this.
Guys, I'll be right back. I'm very sorry I was just called. We can take a break right there with the Mortal Goddess disappearing. Be right back.
Hell
Your
yeah.
insatiable nuck gripping
Your
has
insatiable,
caused this.
Your insatiable lust.
My Nux.
Gorthos
Oh, no. And-
we got disconnected.
There goes the game.
Fuck.
Gorthos is gonna kill you.
It's not my fault. Whatever happened should have teleported me with her. We were gripping Nux.
Can't believe Marco killed the mortal goddess.
How are you gonna explain that to Gorthos?
That talk was great, by the way. Just all I can see is a bus and Gallon thrown under it as hard as possible.
It's
What
great.
do you mean?
Man is yeeted under the fucking bus.
You just yeet it on under there, and behind it comes the 16-wheel fucking cargo truck or whatever.
Up behind it comes Truck Coon.
Truck.
Jesus Christ.
About to get isekai, bitch.
Oh no, not again.
I mean, looking at his stats, Gallon does feel like he's an isekai protagonist. No, I'm kidding. Gallon is great. He's amazing.
He is.
It's just
He is
Marco's
dying
upsetty
under this
spaghetti.
bus. It parked on him.
Specifically the tires, though. The tires are on him.
Oh, what happened to the room?
It's
It's closed as soon as you left.
Oh, jeez. Da-da-da-da.
Yeah, it's been happening a lot more often with tabletop lately.
I don't know what's up with it.
The mortal goddess got killed, so the game the game crashed.
Well, yeah, we can't have Zelda without you know.
The Nux gripped too hard.
Let me get it back up. I'm sorry, guys.
It's fine. You didn't know that it went off when you left.
I meant for killing the mortal goddess, but yeah, okay, never mind. Yeah, that part.
Ah, yeah.
Stretch.
I had a package of peeps on a shelf for a long time. Needless to say, they're stale.
I saw a
imagine.
TikTok recently, Squeaky, that made me remind me of you. It was I know that you guys probably have seen him. The guy who like puts stuff inside of booze. Like he just like puts like a bunch of he's like, I'm gonna put this inside of this for a week or until something interesting happens. And I saw him put peeps in it.
I didn't see that one. I saw the one where he.
I'll have to show you after.
I saw the one where he put a bunch of spicy shit in it, and I sent it to Logan.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was one where he put a bunch of peeps in. He's like, I'm gonna put a bunch of peeps in here until something interesting happens. I'm like, and I immediately thought of you. The game is up, by the way.
The password is.
How dare you leak the password? The password of
Penis.
it was penis.
Spelled just like that, just like it sounds.
With like a weird like cut sound at the end.
Do you have to capitalize the H?
I would say it's capitalized. I would assume.
Oh. Fuck.
You capitalized the last H.
Fuck.
You don't capitalize the first one. You only capitalize the last one. Alrighty. We're back in the room. All that good stuff. Waiting for it to show up on screen. There we go. It showed up on screen now. But yeah, Marco, as you basically feel this fire overtake the two of you, and you get that shocking fire feeling that the others got, as you are holding on to the mortal goddess's hand, and as you finally can see again once you're out of the teleportation, the mortal goddess is gone.
He just looked at his hand, confused.
There's a hand still in it. No, I'm playing.
All right, now where's Zelda?
We went in at the same time.
Wait, I know.
She's not here.
Clavier goes over and lifts you up. Nope.
She's
not under you.
She was all nice, held out her hand, I grabbed it, we walked in, and she's gone.
This is a demon mana.
Or you think it's because we didn't rewrite the last part of the circle?
You don't think that I set it on fire, do you?
No. I mean, it was still kind of like a little red with all the blue from what you did.
Maybe. We should have got protection, which will equate, by the way, to 1 AC for everybody who went through the thing. It's going to last for mostly while we're through here. And we have fire resistance, and then the teleportation.
I think it is.
Oh, excuse my fucking yawning. Oh my god.
But yeah, by the way, all of your ACs are up by 1 while we're in the manor, except for Gorthos.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Hey, fuck you.
You didn't go through
right,
you didn't go through the teleport.
Time to go pick a fight with Full Circuit.
Well, we can't just stand around and wait. If there was something weird that happened because Demon Castle, like Polo had said, then perhaps these demons know what's going on.
If anything, that just means we should be able to find Gorthos. They do have a link after all. He might be able to sense any sort of disturbance.
Gorthos just go over in this area. He just like grabs his heart and falls to his knees. Ah!
The best day of my life. Absolutely nothing is wrong.
It's like that. It's like that episode of Fairly Odd Parents whenever Trixie Tang like rips up like that girl's photo. He just drops all of his shit and grabs his heart.
Jesus.
I wonder if I'll drop a legendary when I die.
I think you're like a common. at
Fuck
best.
you.
Yeah. All right.
I'm at least
yeah.
rare.
Let's find Gorthos then.
You guys look over toward the exit. You see that Eve does sort of make her way over toward this large paper area off to the side. As she does, she looks back to you. Before you all make your way up, do you mind signing your way in before you head up? That way we should know exactly where to go to do of any more use to you. Also, the defenses of this place won't try to go after you.
Okay.
It's mostly only here for those without any demonic blood. The demonic blood area will most likely not affect the two of you. Motions over toward Vega and Polo. But signing in anyway would probably be good for you, Polo. Like myself, I believe you are half demon, correct?
Yes.
It's better safe than sorry then.
All right. You, excuse me.
I've been practicing the entire time. This is like signing over like a document or something. Polo, we need to make sure to read it to make sure there's no fine print or anything.
That is what I already planned to do, Brother Vega.
The two of you make your way over. There's literally no other writing except for names on there.
There is no fine print.
Oh.
There is no print.
Oh.
So I think it must be safe to sign.
Probably, yeah, definitely, yeah. But if the king asked you, I totally looked first, all right? I made sure before signing things.
Mm-hmm. Well, after you.
Signs name down. You see that he takes up 2 spots with his signature. There we go.
Why did you write it so big?
Because you have to see it.
You took 2 lines, Brother Vega.
Isn't the middle line to make sure that you don't go over it with the tiny letters?
That's for when children are learning to write, Brother Vega.
What? Well, no, that's on all the things. That's on all the things that the Hyrule King has been having me do my train. No, there's no way.
That is for when children are learning the alphabet. The middle line is so that when they write between uppercase and lowercase runic symbol alphabets, they have the proper size and there's no confusion between the letters.
I'm sure it's perfectly fine. She seems to like be stifling a laugh.
Now you know,
Ronan is also stifling a
now
laugh.
you know it. It's so it can be seen, Brother Vega. Just signs her name on one of the lines under it. It's okay. You're still learning.
Oh, here, I'll go. As Rocket writes his name in like the best handwriting you've ever seen. There we
He's
go.
mad.
Immaculate.
Amazing calligraphy skills.
As you guys go to sign, Ronan, do you go to sign your name?
Sure.
All right, Roland.
Roland.
Perfect.
Does he need to sign too? He like thumbs back at Magic Frog.
She stops and thinks. I believe that the 2 skeletons, the ghosts, the frog, and the wolf should be fine.
Okay, cool. I mean, anything in here should know not to mess with him anyway, so it's fine. Yeah, we're good.
Mm-hmm. I worry that their signatures will be too large for the paper.
Hmm.
The fairy will need to sign.
Beans.
Okay.
This is just like a teeny little signature.
You guys see as Z signs down, there is just a line of magic left behind as it is glowing the same color as Z is. Even after they leave it, there's just a glowing blue signature left behind. See now that's eye-catching. Does everybody go to sign their name?
Yeah.
Yeah, who doesn't? Is I think the quicker way.
As you go through, everybody here seems to go to sign their name. Obra and Clavier do it as well. Koro does it. You would think that somebody who is an inscriptor would have great handwriting. He does not. He seems to stop himself from making it too big because of the riffing everybody did on Vega.
Yeah.
He seems to try very hard to stay in the lines. You see him sweating as like he's signing his name.
I expect nothing less.
It's then that he notices he skipped a line just so that he didn't mess up.
Fuck. You just see, like, after Kuro signs it, skips that line, Gallon, you write it in the line above him so no one notices.
Alright, I got his back.
You just get a thumbs up. He's like,
Mark out the last one to sign. It's fine.
You can sign it, lad. Go ahead.
He doodles a little feather, like, I guess with the O or something. I'm not sure.
You note that as this goes by, as everybody seems to have signed them that needed to, you see the spirit of Bull seems to stop for a second, look down toward the thing, and as Eve is going to pick it up, oh, it's no problem. You do not need to sign. As the spirit ball seems to take a humanoid shape, and by humanoid I mean Zoranoid. But as they take a humanoid shape, they seem to sign their name down anyway. I believe you said it was Bull now, correct?
Yes.
As the Zora-like person seems to make their signature on the thing, these large scales covering parts of their flesh, as they seem to have that same kind of bright blue as the eyes they had before, and as a small diamond embedded in their forehead. As she signs onto it, she then lets it go and then walks her way over to all of you before disappearing once again into the little post shape. Oh, all right then. Okay.
Okay.
She goes to wrap it up. As she does, you see that that Arma seems to float over. Kind of like waits in between, gives like a flies over to Gallon. It's like, well, she did it. I guess I have to. No, I can't be copying her. I'm better than. Well, all right then. I should take you all upstairs. Follow me, please. We'll get to the bottom of why your friend is not here.
Okay.
As she goes to make her way up, we are going to assume everyone is following upwards. The frog, of course, taking up the rear, because if not, people will be trapped. As you all start to go up, we're going to make our way back over to Gorthos.
Yeah.
Gorthos. When last we left you, you had made your way in. You had just seen the large visage of Volcircuit in front of you. As you did joke that he seems to be smaller than before, I will say, in your Kokiri body, realistically, he seems larger than before, but you know...
Yeah.
As you look up toward him and say that, he seems to look down towards you. Well, it appears that there are at least room for jokes among all of us. Gorthos.
Oh, he'd hope so. Well, this would be a very stuffy meeting, wouldn't it?
Oh, it should be stuffy either way. I'm sure you are noticing. As he seems to wrench back and look at, seem to stretch into the area. There are but two masters of this place. I believe that speaks for itself. Since there is not a third, that means you are not in the running for this place.
Well,
We finally
Gorthos.
have the answer, do we not? Of which of us is stronger?
and some of us have more memories than the other, apparently. Gorthos is not certain what you're talking about. Why would he ever have control over this mansion?
Ho. Well, before, this mansion was securely owned by a certain demon, at least for the past couple thousand years. Unfortunately, in recent times, that demon has passed, and as such, it goes to the strongest demon that is remaining, the one who finds themselves to be the strongest who enter the halls, which at the moment, he stares over toward the bishop. It seems to be between the two of us. The bishop just sort of raises his hand. I concede. Ho. It's too much trouble. I don't really care to be kept watch over, or any sort of test of strength between us. I'm here for one thing. I do not wish to be the one in charge of this. If you wish to succeed the great demon of the north, then that is fine. Succeed him? No. I believe that you have it all wrong. Before he had showed up, this area belonged solely to me. However, it appeared that in his life, he had surpassed me in power at one point. However, the great Astaroth is now gone. And in such, this place is returned to me. If you secede your claim, then I will take my own. Henceforth, this place belongs solely to me.
Does Astaroth name a bell? Ring a bell? Is that name?
I believe, if I'm not wrong, Squeaky, I think that's the name that we settled
Oh,
on
is that
for
her
your
dad's
father?
name's Antares.
Antares, not Astaroth. Blah, 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 blah. My bad.
Stars.
My bad. I have so many names on my sheet beside of me right now. And there were 2 long A names. My bad. So it's Antares? Is that how you say it, or?
And Antares, kind of like Ant and
Oh,
Ares.
Antares. Okay, I have it written as Antares. So Antares.
Yes. Yeah.
With the passing of the great demon Antares, this place now belongs back to me. There is someone named Astaroth here, but it's someone different. My bad.
Neat. Well, Gorthos hopes you enjoy your mansion. Is that what this is still called? Others is unsure of what this place is.
This is the Manor of Death. Long before, in the time before memory, this place is what gave the mountains around its name, Death Mountain, and the Manor of Death. Once beholden to one of the great rulers of the 4 demon armies.
Oh, that's why you're pointing at Gorthos now and then.
Though it seems, from what you have just told me, you have lost your memory. Is that why you have declined coming here for so long?
Perhaps Gorthos couldn't tell you.
Oh, brother, what has happened to you?
Gorthos gives like an old shrug. Time. Gorthos assumes he's not sure exactly why. He can never remember. He remembers some things.
Well, be it from me to keep out any around who wish to partake in our festivities. To be fair, there are plenty still around who wish to continue to speak after the great Antares. People wish to know what is going to happen, who will succeed him to the north, and again, who will take over this place. I believe we have now answered one question, though the rest remain. I cannot make my way to the north, so it appears that he will be succeeded by one of his 3 children.
Gorthos has an inclination of which one it might be.
We shall see. Though, I do believe that a couple of them could be meaning some trouble. I've only met with the children of Antares, dang it, Antares once. Though, the new one, the one that was born as recent as he has died, I believe that is the one that has my interest currently. They are traveling with a vassal of mine. I believe you are also traveling with him.
We should be arriving with the rest of them very shortly. Orthos decided to take the chance to come ahead and maybe fill in some blanks.
That idiot Clavier should have just flown here. He can feel my presence.
Javier is a good soul, which is all the more confusing.
A good
But-
soul with my bone.
He does good work, and he's loyal to you.
Is he
He's been
now?
quite helpful.
Tell me, Gorthos, if you did travel with them, you must have seen Link then.
Orthos has found where they buried him.
Buried. Perhaps that's what they meant. Shortly after my last conversation with Clavier, more demons started making their way to this place, and I found my way here myself. I learned then that hundreds, if not thousands of years have passed in the mortal realms. I did not normally keep myself awake for a lot of our meetings here, so I did not exactly know the time, the last time. But it appears that even then, Link was dead. You
He's
have
been gone
my
for a very long time.
You have my grievances, brother.
Thank you.
I know how much that mortal meant to you.
Where only he has long lived.
What? You wished him to be one of us?
Orthos is unsure. Not if he suffered the fate that Orthos does. He wouldn't wish that on anyone. Forever is such a heavy burden, isn't it?
Too true. Though it appears that you did not listen to me. Back whenever we had parted ways our first time. You have continued to walk around among them, have you not? You have not kept your immortal soul actually in check. Even I can tell, brother. You are dying.
This is the last time Gorthos can exist.
The last.
If Gorthos to were to fall, that's it. It might explain why he only awoke with about a century's worth of memory.
That is surprising. The last, you say? You look at him for a moment. He does seem rather contemplative, not really sure how to react to that information. I suppose that is inevitable, but still. And
Worried about your own memory? Full circuit?
No, unlike you, I've stayed my way away from these times. I still have plenty of time within me. Though you... I suppose if you were to leave... that would make me... Tell me, does Ivori still live?
He does. And that should be unsurprising to anyone who knows her.
Ah, so I will
She's
not
awake.
be the oldest being once you die.
Northos feels Ivori will outlive us all.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
Careful. Northos is small, but he's still ferocious.
That was no threat toward your little pet. I, again, will not be trifling in this place. Once our business is concluded, I will sleep for more years. I'm sure at some point, whatever magics or devilry is keeping her alive will come to its end. She is only mortal, after all.
You really should spend more time around them. You'd be shocked to see what mortals can achieve.
We walk different paths. You walk the path of the hero. My path is a little more subtle than that. That being said, if it weren't for you, I would have most likely already succumbed to my vices. So with that, I do thank you. If this is the last time we speak, I would rather there not be any grievances between us. It would leave a bad taste in my mouth.
You needn't thank Gorthos. He's sure he did it for the right reasons. Whatever it was.
If it was not for your pet mortal, you would have killed me, and you know it. But I am still grateful.
Gorthos has been meaning to ask. His memories are foggy and gone. A lot of them. The last thing Gorthos remembers of you is when you were awoken the first and reduced that city to ash. When and how did you become, well?
Oh,
like
that was
this?
before. That was back whenever I still was a being of flesh. Well, mostly. I was less a Star-Lord back then and more a, well, zombified husk. If it were not for the fact that I was being manipulated by that master of ours, I might not have even found myself having any fun. Though, that is far off in the past, according to our own understanding, brother. After the Demon Lord was defeated, you had came to all four corners of Hyrule in search of a power. And that is whenever you and your pet mortal defeated me, taking from me the essence of fire.
Is this conjuring any images in Gorthos' head, or?
Not really, no.
Gorthos is very far gone. None of that jogs any memories. Perhaps there are things that are just truly gone.
Well, if it helps you at all, I can speak to you later on about it. However, for now, we must address the rest of our guests.
Gorthos isn't excited to meet what passes for would-be demon lords in this time and day.
There are none that have a grand visage like that you see in front of you. That being said, I can tell that most, even some of the half-demons here, are holding back something. That being said, treat them with some sort of kindness, brother. I cannot leave this room, so I can only speak to them in the main confines, or if they choose to make their way here, which eventually they will. That being said, if you could be so kind as to be as to be the face of this place for a while. Give them a nice smile if you can.
Porthos always smiles. Can't you tell?
Yes,
He's still wearing a mask.
You've been wearing that same goofy mask the entire time I've seen you.
Would you rather he take it off?
And look at your ugly mug. No, it's best for everyone to keep it on.
How dare you? Porthos only picks the finest of jawlines.
That jawline you have there behind that, I cannot see it belonging to anyone with a strong jaw as my own.
Not all of us are born dragons.
What kind of
Maybe one
measuring
day, though.
contest is this it's happening right now?
You're not a stall, you wouldn't understand.
Oh, so he keeps calling you brother.
In a sense, that might be correct. Well, Gorthos has only recently come into this information himself.
You are lost with your memories, aren't you?
Were it not for Zelda, Gorthos would not know many things.
Zelda.
Gorthos has brought a special guest with him. He expects everyone to be on their best behavior for it.
You brought Zelda here.
To be honest, it wasn't Gorthos' intention for her to ever walk this realm again, but... well, Gorthos can tell you about it later. It's quite an interesting tale. And before you ask, no, she doesn't know how long she has here either.
Then Gorthos, if you wouldn't mind, you should wait here a couple more minutes.
Gorthos feels like you're about to tell him something distressing.
Oh, I'm not going to tell you anything. I just know that as soon as she tries to, at that point, as he's trying to explain this, you see some sort of a strange flame appear in one of the two circular areas in front of you. As you do, you see a chain seemingly wrapping itself out of nowhere around said flames. And as that happens, Gorthos. You see the mortal goddess appearing in front of you, seemingly chained with a flame in the center of the room.
Release her immediately, full circuit!
I didn't do this, you did this!
What do you mean Gorthos did this? Gorthos has been here!
Hi, Gorthos.
Don't worry, Zelda, Gorthos will fix this. One of us will fix this. How does Gorthos fix this?
Oh, it's time to fucking rescue Zelda.
He just starts, like, fucking running his way over.
You start running over. As you do, you see Zelda just kind of hanging there by her arms in like chains. You make your way right over as you just see Volcircuit sighing in the background.
Why would Gorthos do this? This makes no sense.
I don't know. Why would Gorthos do this? Any deity or godly being that passes these halls must make their way here. It is a defensive measure for us. This person can end us with a thought. Why is she alive, Gorthos?
Gorthos doesn't know how it happened either. She doesn't know how it happened.
Sorry, Volcircuit. You like are jumping trying to get up to her. You see after a second.
Why didn't Gorthos bring the taller one?
You see after a second the bishop come up behind you and lift you up.
Thank you.
As you lift up and start unchaining Zelda. There doesn't appear to be a lock or anything. It appears to be wrapped around. As you see there, the actual chains are red hot and seemingly steaming. However, looking at Zelda herself, she has some sort of an aura of fire around her that seems to be protecting her from the flames.
Ow, ow.
It's almost as if Zelda has gone Super Saiyan. Weird.
You need to go to the time to question these things.
As
Gorthos
you
wouldn't do this, but he might know someone who might have.
as you unchain Zelda, she seems to fall down onto the area with a very light step, befitting the mortal goddess. As the three of you stand there in the circle, Volcirca just seemingly sighing in the background still. You are dangerous, you know that.
Which one are you referring to?
Both of you.
He flinches a little bit.
You are lucky, Zelda.
Gorthos doesn't know what he chose to do or why he chose to do it so long ago. That was Thorog's doing, not Gorthos.
Like I said, this place... Oh, you do know your name. This place. Someone of her divine essence, if they were to be here, even just being around, would cause problems. There's no demon here that's going to feel at ease with the goddess around.
Gorthos feels at ease.
You're different!
Gorthos is very glad he didn't decide to bring Jason too.
If it makes you feel any better, I don't think that I can destroy you right now. Fun. So is this just water, or... No, this is lava. Why would you think it's water? Never mind.
Gorthos like raising a finger, like it's all like also like he's like, never mind. Later, right? Right. So
You guys leave the circle, I'm guessing.
Yeah. We also make our way out. So
You see
Gorthos
as
is not
you
aware
step
of
out.
this.
You see as you step out. You see that the butler does seem to look over and seem to give a bow to the mortal goddess as she goes by. She just gives a wave.
Well,
I did not know who you were whenever I brought you here. I'm very sorry. I wouldn't worry too much about it, Lucifer. Everything is fine. I don't think that I can end you with a thought. Don't worry too much.
He's just like twiddling his thumbs, like, oh, so.
First there's this, then there was the matter at the bottom of the mountain.
Talking about the Goma.
Goma. Those little spider things? What? Did you run into a pest on your way here?
It was about. You just like measure the room, perhaps the width of this pathway.
Oh, so a slightly bigger pest. Whoop-de-doo.
Hey, Gorthos made a very powerful bow out of it.
Of course you did. You can't leave well enough alone, can you?
No.
Always
It's
trying
not
to
Gorthos'
one-up yourself, make more weapons. I thought you forgot who you were.
There are some things that are just ingrained in whatever's left of his soul. He still hasn't lost his touch.
The three of you tire me. If I'm going to be speaking as the head of this place, then I will need my rest. Lucifer! Yes, my lord. Since I have now claimed full ownership of this place, be sure to recognize that as soon as you return. And make sure that my dear older brother here gets the best communities he can have. Of course, sir. Gorthos, would you mind coming this way with me, please?
He just like motions to Zelda to follow. Of course. You don't need Zelda here anymore, yes? Is it safe to bring her?
I didn't want Zelda here in the first place.
Would it be safe to leave her in Gorthos' accommodations?
She
Until
can
such a
go
time-
wherever it is she needs to go. However, Gorthos, she will not be here for the talk.
Absolutely not.
But
brother.
I kind of want to be, though.
Gorthos will give you.
I just, there could be something interesting said, and I want to see, I'll be on my best behavior, I promise.
Is there something going on, Zelda?
No,
that Gorthos isn't aware of?
I'm just with everything that's going down, especially everything that happened in that dungeon. I would like to be around to make sure that whatever is said is not something of like a new rise to power of another Dark Lord or anything like that. Obviously, it'll be like I'm not even here. I won't even speak. Well, unless spoken to, of course.
If you can obtain permission from most of the demons in attendance, I will allow you to stand in the corner. Or would you prefer to be in chains again?
I'm good either way.
And don't be okay with the burning chain, Zelda.
Oh, apparently Koro put a some sort of a blessing or something on the teleportation when we came here, and now that fire didn't even hurt me.
What?
What?
We found your circle and we messed around with it.
Why circle? What do you...
What circle?
Is that why you said water? You came in through the exit! Please
Maybe
leave my
Gorthos
sight.
Gorthos should have stayed with the group.
Please leave my sight, both of you.
We are going. Let's go, Zelda.
Goodbye, Vol Circuit.
See you at the meeting. Gorthos will be on his best behavior.
You better.
As you guys make your way back to the exit of the hall, upon standing there, the area begins to kind of melt about, and you find yourself standing back in the room you were in, sitting in the same position you were in. As you and the Bishop of War seem to come to, the mortal goddess seems to appear just inside of the same large throne as you, because you're so tiny, you see.
Yeah. Or just sitting there. This is a very comfy seat.
Well, it appears that some permissions need to be changed.
Clearly.
Lucifer raises his hand. As he does, you see that there is a slight shift to the Bishop of War. As he does, you see that he sort of stumbles a second.
Ugh. So, the head maid of this place has a certain power of his own, does he?
Mostly just to change ownership as well as I'm supposed to. I need to choose who my master is, after all. You can think of me as one who speaks for the walls of this place.
Perhaps it would have been safer for me to keep that power for the time being then. Oh well.
He steps down.
He just folds his arms, just... Well, Gorthos didn't want the magic. Maybe he would have liked to have been asked about it, too.
From what he had said before, if you truly are the older brother of Volcircuit, you most likely would have been in the running if not for the fact that these two are such beasts themselves.
Pops off. Let them have the old place. The only interesting part of it's deeper in the mountain anyway for Gorthos. We would like to see those forges someday. If they're still there.
Oh, the ones to the north of the Shadow Temple. She steps down.
Is that where Gorthos built it? You thought it was on Death Mountain?
Oh, it is definitely inside of Death Mountain.
So many places to see, so little time to craft. Wow. Not for Gorthos, but...
It is around this part that the others, you guys, would find yourselves coming up and standing in the upper regions of the thing here. Oh no, where is it here? It's one of those two staircases. I'm guessing because it's all spirally, it's probably the one that is spirally, with my understanding. As you guys would make your way out from what appears to be a large master bedroom. As you guys would step out and be amongst the large bed that is here, you guys find that there is a slight tinge of magic throughout the air as each of your little Super Saiyan transformations seem to look as if they dull slightly upon coming out. You still feel the protection of the fire magic on you, but the actual visuals of it seem to be gone as you step up from here.
Oh.
I see. This place seems to deal in trickery and deceit quite a lot, becoming of a den of demons who backstab to gain power. No offense, of course, to the demons here. I mostly mean those who actually choose to dazzle themselves with this place. I'm choosing to dazzle myself with this place. What the hell? I said no offense. Oh, fine. All right then.
Kind of odd that the entrance to the exit is located in. Is this a bedroom?
This is the bedroom that would normally be for the master of this place. However, the current master is far too large to be here. The actual exit is supposed to be more of an emergency exit for those who find this place to be their home. Many would make their way there if this place were under siege, for example.
Then why did the trial have to show us the lake if it's the exit?
The trial itself was mostly meant to keep you busy about that area for a bit. The flaming magic side of it would have prevented you from going in. However, it does not prevent those from coming out. And mostly it was meant to fatigue you before you went to the actual trial further north.
Oh.
So we've just skipped the trial.
Essentially, yes, but mostly the trial was getting your way here in the first place, so I count it as a win.
Another job well done, Kuro.
His thumbs up.
This looks like because of these weird loops, it makes it seem like this bed has like a curtain around it. So there's just that curious, like,
it does seem like there's a curtain around it.
Just like pokes head, even though there's probably no one on the bed anyway, just pokes head and then curtain.
You look inside. As you do, there is somebody inside. Give me a Momo. Because the tokens were not put into here, I just have them kind of set up and waiting so that I can put them in whenever I want. But you see what appears to be a rather rough and buff-looking woman laying in the bed. As off to her side, you see what appears to be a rather large stony sword laying in bed with her. She seems to be hugging it as if it is a body pillow. You see this woman.
I thought you said the master wasn't big enough for the bed.
Oh, someone peeks in. Oh. No, that is not the master. That is more help.
Oh.
The woman you see in front of you is a hunter of sorts. She is out to usually obtain food for our great gatherings and dinners, though it seems that she is busy being lazy at the moment.
We shouldn't wake her.
You see her contemplate it for a second. It is not my place to wake her, as she does outrank me. She is, one of the few who work here who are full demon. Though you are one that is listed on this place, although she is also listed much lower. If you would like, you could attempt to poke her awake if you'd like, though be careful, her blade is right there. I honestly would think maybe we should let her sleep.
Quite.
Just kind of like pokes head out, closes the curtain.
It's not like the bed is needed. This bed specifically is needed.
She probably thinks that since no one is using it, she can just flop around in it. I'm very sorry.
That's fine. This is not my bed to act possessive over it.
By the way, let me put her sword in there with her. Because it is not on this token. Bleh. Should be a lot smaller than this, but you know.
Ooh, it's bigger than the fucking bed.
It's a lot smaller than this. I'm trying to get it to go smaller.
There it goes.
There we go. Yeah,
I love it.
It seems to be a very large, stony-looking blade. Anybody who would like kind of like look over and see it seems to be somewhat of Goron make.
We can wake her later for her duties.
Of course.
Just closes the curtain and just kind of backs away from the bed.
Besides, it's going to be much easier to go and let someone know of her misbehaving than actually try to do something about it now.
That does beg the question of accommodations while we are here. How long is the summit supposed to last?
It will start whenever everybody makes their presence here, so it could honestly be quite a time beforehand. I believe that there's only one person we're waiting for after all of you. Would you all like to make your way to the main area?
Yes.
Objections?
What was that?
Any objections?
Nope.
None. Feels awkward just sitting in a bedroom.
While someone else is sleeping, yes.
Mm-hmm.
As you guys go to step out from here, you would find your way.
Bedroom doesn't even have a clam.
Where the fuck's your clam, master bedroom? You find your way into a bit of a study area, into a bit of a large kind of study living area. You come stepping out once again into a main foyer room, and then finally off into the section that has all of the different seemingly chairs and entranceways. As you guys step around from either directions coming down through here, Gorthos, you would see that your friends begin to make their way through. Oh wow, in record time, no less.
Oh, there she is. Okay. Okay.
Hello, everyone.
You have a lot of explaining to do to Gorthos, you know this.
It's simple. We did their trial. We found the back door. We're here.
Full Circuit said so. Said as much. He's very impressed by you. He's very angry about it, but I'm sure he was impressed.
Look to the goddess to see her reaction to that.
What reaction to what?
To Gorthos trying to play it off.
Oh, she just kind of seems to be smiling in that kind of like not gonna say much of anything. Kind of, it's like
that I'm nodding and smiling kind of way.
in that it's better if I say nothing kind of way.
In any case, Gorthos is happy that you're all here.
All right. Yeah. I mean, this place is pretty big.
Well, Gorthos hopes you find it impressive. Apparently, it belonged to very important people.
Like?
I would assume a manor belongs to someone of import.
Well,
If all of you,
it was.
unfortunately, if all of you will excuse me, I need to wake up someone.
Which like points a thumb back at that guy. Like, what was that? They just silently just points a thumb back. Like, what?
Doesn't matter.
Now, what was Gorthos saying? Ah, yes, and Terrace was one of them.
Terrence?
And Polo's father.
Oh.
And Terry's.
The bishop seems just trying to like start walking away as he's just
Okay,
seemingly
goodbye.
like, you know, like he's going to like check the area out. As he just sort of waves you guys away after Lucifer leaves.
Brother Vega, did you know that this place belonged to Father?
Oh, this? He like looks around. It's vaguely familiar, yeah. Sniff, sniff. Sniff, sniff. Doesn't smell like him, though.
You've been here before.
I think whenever I was really little, maybe. It's given off a different kind of vibe. I don't remember coming all the way up the mountain, though. Though, to be fair, if I was that young, you might have just carried me on his back.
Memories are fickle things when you think about them.
That would probably mean that Brother Hadar remembers this place too. Do you smell him?
Sniff, sniff. Sniff, sniff. No, not at all. Wasn't he supposed to be here? I believe he is one we are waiting on at the moment.
He isn't here yet.
He has checked in, of course, with his one that was supposed to lead him back here. However, he seemed to have declined the invitation to come with someone. I believe he should be at the moment either traveling here or not. She shrugs. If he does not show up within the week, I've been told that Volcircuit will most likely just go on without him. Apparently, according to his words, we should only need one of them anyway.
Referring to you three, to be perfectly frank about that.
Again, his words, not mine.
Nicholas understands Volcircuit's meanings.
Yes, apparently you are brothers.
Oh.
Huh?
Not real. It's
Are you sure?
well.
Well,
Gorthos should go show Zelda the bedroom she'll be staying in at the moment. If you'll excuse Gorthos.
I'm sorry, it's one of the only things that I didn't even really know.
I was really wondering that myself. If we are going to probably be waiting a day or so for Brother Hadar.
There are accommodations here for you. Do not worry.
Oh, that's good.
We have bedrooms below and bedrooms above of varying different qualities and different necessities of things. I believe that if it is true, she watches as Zelda and Gorthos get dragged themselves away. If it is true that this Gorthos is a family member of Volcircuit, he will most likely be given the master bedroom we just saw. Though it depends on what anyone else would like to go for. The magic of this place makes it to where you are as comfortable as needed. This place is a gathering hall of demons, after all. There is no shortage of magical necessities that can be accommodated for.
Abba?
Of course. In fact, if you would like, we could actually go to the actual exit of your trial and make our way toward the hot springs. That is where I most likely take my baths. Here, they mostly have good accommodations, though they are nothing compared to a very hot bath of the Death Mountains. If you come here, then you might as well indulge, don't you think? There are also wonders on the skin.
Sure.
They are not too public, are they?
Of course not. There are several different ones that you can go with. I believe that if you would like to be with someone of the opposite sex, then it could be allowed. But there are mostly several different that you could go with.
That is not what I meant.
Oh, you mean public as in I believe that if you would like, we could get some of the waters made to here. However, the hot spring water itself is something that very often cools itself to a near unneeded quality once it is taken out of the heat.
No, don't worry. I will accommodate to the accommodations, not the other way around.
I'm very sorry.
It's fine.
If there's anything else, I could definitely show all of you to...
Clavier!
Clavier!
You guys hear
another bird.
You guys hear the echoing and feel the shaking of the area about you as Clavier's name is called out. You see Clavier stand there, his eyes going off in two different directions.
My master calls me!
Good luck with that, Clavier. He seems upsetty.
It's at this point, Clavier puts down Barry, picks up Larry, trying to, keep his way about, being with both of them at once, not favoring one or the other, and goes to leave before, if you would like to speak with the master, you need just sit on the chairs there. She motions to one of the side chairs. Clavier goes, of course, and just goes right to the metal one and disappears.
Goodbye!
As Clavier sits down on the large chair, they seem to immediately fall asleep and then disappear.
You hear the whomp sound effect from from Mario 64?
I like to imagine he's appeared on top of Volcircuit. Because it's the
Oh man.
He seemed to be in high
But yeah,
spirits.
some hot spring sounds great. Yeah, he's always in high spirits.
Oh, I was meaning the master.
Oh, that's high spirits.
He is normally not as energetic as that.
Right.
Well,
Oh, but yes, of course. She starts making her way over toward the doorway. Any of you who wish to go and take your leave to the hot springs, you may follow me. And then once we are done there, we can come back for some dinner, and hopefully we can then talk with the master or any of those who are remaining here on any sort of estimated time that would be waiting for this brother of yours, or whether they think that it is time for just skipping ahead to the attractions.
She just kind of looks to everybody.
Ronald will go with him. What's up?
Anybody want a bath? This might be,
Yeah.
depending on how everything is, the only chance we have.
I think since our brother's missing, I'm gonna go and look for him. You see him start making his way to the front doors just after saying something stupid like that. Like, I guess I'll search Death Mountain for our brother, whatever. Oh, dude, I should be with him. Where are we going? Unless he is stopped, he makes his way out.
That's that thing of like he followed his nose for a month and eventually found Polo. So you'll eventually find.
You just see as he walks out, he just goes like hiff 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 hiff. When Rocket catches up to him, they just take off in a random direction.
Can't believe he stole your thing, Z.
Oh, he does hiff hiff like I do, doesn't he?
He's just copying you.
He's a big copycat, is what he is.
Yeah.
Big old copy goat.
I can't really think of any reason to stop him.
He'll probably be fine.
Now, they aren't too hot, are they? These hot spring things? They're not incredibly hot. They're most likely like the hot spring we have at the river domain that comes down from here. It is most likely not much hotter than that. I should be fine. Everything should be fine.
Yeah, what's to worry about?
What'd you say, Polo?
No, she just looks at Kuro and Gala to see what they say about it.
Oh, the hot springs here, they're lovely. I love them so much.
Well,
if it is the same hot spring I remember, the attendant there, it's extremely nice. They found me whenever I had fought a King Dodongo once.
oh.
The attendant?
They said that I was half swallowed and melted by the stomach acid. I don't believe them too much. How could I be melted? How can I be half melted? Look at me.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure, bud.
buddy, sure. Pat, walk.
Just kind of like a wipe at her brow and probably see like there's a bit of sweat from just like the nerves.
No, I think a bath would be nice.
Then let us make our way.
Yes.
All of you go to make your way out from where you are. Going out
Galen say
into...
anything?
I have not said... Did he say he wasn't? You want to stay here, Galen?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't hearing any things going against it, so I assumed. My bad.
Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Most of the others will decide to make their way going. I believe that both Ronan and Marco wanted to go too, is right?
Yep.
Okay.
I gotta wait for the gods to be ready to go to the treasure find.
Yee. As you guys go to make your way out the front door, Galen, what are you doing from being back here? You see that your two ghosty friends are beside of you. They have no need for baths. They are ethereal, you see.
What about spirit baths?
Oh, maybe.
Maybe we have to go to like some sort of like holy water or something.
Ghost
that'll
water.
that'll fucking get them. That'll cleanse them real good.
Good souls, be pure.
They're like, I'm so clean. Disappears into the ether.
No, he's just gonna check the place out a little.
Okay. As you would be making your way back through, let me put people where they would probably end up being around here so that you wouldn't have to look around at anything much. Gorthos, where is it you were going to make your way?
Probably that bedroom, just to Zelda. Somewhere.
Toward the main
Who
bedroom?
mentioned I guess wherever the butler might have meandered off to. Because apparently someone's in the master bedroom.
Okay, we'll make your way about right out here then, because you would have noticed him going in and him saying he's going to wake somebody up. I'm just trying to decide where everybody's at real quick, so we'll get to you in a second. And Gallon, you said you're going to be making your way just kind of like looking around. Is there anywhere in particular you want to go after being like around here?
Let's go this way.
You want to make your way off that way? That will take you to a nice little dining area. You see that there is some very strange looking seating arrangements in here, where it does seem as if there are just like some pedestals beside of these large, very thin tables coming up around. As you make your way off in that direction, we will get over to whoever is doing things first. I think that the simplest one will probably be Gorthos at the moment. Gorthos. As you make your way out and wait for the butler to make his way out from the main hall, you are with them. You were with Zelda. Do you want to just wait on them to come out, or what are you doing?
Well, just sighs. Like, who was it that mentioned the full circuit brother thing? Was it Zelda?
There was a yes, Zelda had said apparently he's his brother. Which, you know, she said it's like, oh, that's one of the things I didn't know about you, and then like you dragged her away.
Of Gorthos, which hadn't mentioned that. He still hasn't mentioned anything to anyone.
Is there a problem with him being related with you?
Gorthos just found out he was a demon general a few nights ago.
Oh, I'm
It's
sorry.
a lot to take in.
I guess it's such casual knowledge for me that I don't seem to consider it before speaking. I'm very sorry.
It's
It
okay.
was
It's
interesting to find something new about you. You and Volcircuit and most demonkind especially are ones that I know very little of your personal lives. Beings that did not join and give themselves over to me, I again know very little of in the scheme of things. Especially those who joined after I was dead as well. Those are very hard for me to look into as well, so learning new things about your life beforehand was odd. I wonder if there was something that you did to either disown him or him disown you, or perhaps you were just not talking whenever you had brought your way there. I don't know much of what happened after the fall of Demise, seeing as I was asleep for most of it.
Well, from what Vol Circuit said, it's thanks to mostly Link and Gorthos that he even still exists in the state he's in. And also that Gorthos and Link slayed him when he was still arisen and stole the power of fire from him. Gorthos went to all corners of the world to find something similar, he supposes.
Perhaps he's meaning the Goron's treasure.
He just kind of shrugs. Gorthos, even when you spoke of past things, no new images came to Gorthos. It's the same with Vol Circuit.
I know that...
Gorthos is afraid that there are just some things that are truly gone.
I know that once I had awoken, this place was given a new life almost whenever you had brought your way back here. Atop of Death Mountain, there was erected a temple. I believe it's one that you're looking for, actually, the Fire Temple. If it is such that you have stolen the power of fire from Volcircuit, I would only assume that whatever fire that was eventually went back to the Fire Temple, which would most likely mean it is the Ruby Treasure. Though, I suppose if you went after the other 3 generals, or if Link went after you, then there would probably be 4 things, not 3. I know that during that time, when you and Link were going around, whenever you had, well, stopped yourself from going after and slaying him, that you were all looking for a power to wake me up.
So it was the treasures. They are mystical, right?
In a sense, though, again, I do not know exactly where the 4th option would come into play. It was not the Triforce, and there are only 3 sacred treasures, the Sapphire, the Emerald, and the Ruby.
Gorthos curses his mind. Why must he forget so much? More as easy as just asking Link. He found where they buried him.
Oh?
Just outside the castle. A little hole in the wall, and surely inside it's pristine.
I remember back whenever everybody was talking about it. They wanted to make sure that he stayed away from vandalism, I believe. Though, if it is off in the Hyrule, I believe that they have some people being able to make their way into that cave, if that is what you're speaking of. Though only at certain times of year.
Yes.
I do not know how widespread it is.
Link's descendant is the one guarding the entryway, at least currently.
There is a descendant?
Gorthos was surprised too. 2 of them even. Well, one of them exploded. He was the bearer of the Triforce's courage, it seems.
Ah, I see. Oh.
Something to do with the Sage of Life, and the visions were fuzzy.
Well, that doesn't sit right.
You're telling Gorthos. But there's at least one. That's enough for Gorthos, at least. But if they wanted to keep it from vandalism, they should have asked Gorthos to build the palace for it. It would have been impenetrable. Undesecratable.
You don't remember, do you?
Must you ask that question to him?
I should assume from now on, I know, but... There was no they, Gorthos. It was you.
That can't be right.
The hero's grave was made by you.
Why is it so? He hasn't been inside it. He's only seen the entrance. He tried to go inside. It was filled with purple slime. Dodongos. It's a defense measure, apparently. The king of Hyrule is fond of them. They have a cuteness to them. Well, Gorthos would have been.
I wonder. I do know that, of course, it was thousands upon thousands of years ago. Any sort of topography might have changed or been moved or anything, but the actual grave itself was created by you, from what I remember. I was long since taken my way to the sky by that point, but from what I do remember seeing, you spent quite a lot of time on it. Put quite a lot of effort into it.
Of course, Gorthos did. Link was a dear friend.
It's very odd to hear you say that.
Gorthos wonders if he ever told him that. sometimes.
Believe me, Gorthos, I'm sure that you must have told him that and more. Though, if you haven't seen the grave, I don't think that I'm going to spoil anything. You should look it over when you have a chance.
They'll let Gorthos.
I mean, would they stop me?
They wouldn't believe you. But Gorthos got snuck in there once. He can do it again. You just need to bring a light source this time.
Do you mind if I go with you?
Of course not.
The three of us were rather close, you know. It warms my heart to know that him and that Lon girl eventually did make something of themselves.
Well, that makes me that place again. That's where Marco's from, you know.
Oh, is it?
Apparently,
Apparently he shares my blood in him. Probably someone from probably someone from part of my family. But who's to say?
Gorthos has been wondering since he found Lynx. Did you ever have children before you just poets up?
You see her close her eyes for a minute. Not in the usual sense, no, I don't believe. Though I'm sure the history books would probably have romantically set me up with the great hero of legend. He was a little young for me.
And stupid. Naive. Clumsy.
No, I mean literally.
How old was Link?
Well, we actually kept things a little bit differently back then, but I would say he was around 2/3 to a half of my age. And believe me, I will not be telling you my age.
Time tables become too large for Gorthos to get an accurate representation of that. Gorthos doesn't even know how old he is. It's primordial and acceptable number to put on an identification card.
I remember whenever we were traveling around after everything had been said and done, that he had made his way toward that small ranch off in the middle of the fields, and he met that little redhead girl. I believe her name Malin? Something like that.
Gorthos hasn't told his Link's descendant that he's his descendant. Who would believe Gorthos? Oh, well. Wait, what do you mean not traditional scent?
I don't really know how exactly to let you know without you knowing your memories. Just so you know, there was not really a lot of romance in my life whenever I was alive.
Gorthos can only say the same. As far as he's aware, at least. I mean, he can assume so, considering he just motions to himself.
What do you mean?
People tolerate demons in their town. People try to kill Gorthos when they find out he's a stall. It doesn't stop him from trying to find friendships, though. That always seems to work for him. And that's enough, he thinks, at least. He supposes.
I'm sure that there might have been something more. You just have to remember it.
But only that easy.
I'm sure it'll all come back to you one day. Again, this is your last time, right? One thing that we should make sure before you pass on is that you remember everything. At least everything you wish to remember.
No.
Starting with that grave. Or whatever we might learn from here. Honestly, if Volcirk gets around, he might just start waving around pictures of all of you back then. I doubt he could hold a pictograph, though. Were they even around back then? They probably were. There was a kingdom in the sky, after all. I'm sure they had plenty of things like that.
What?
There's so many things you don't remember, Gorthos.
You need to get to experience them all over again.
If I were to try to explain everything to you, I believe these two would have their legs give out. She motions over toward the doorway, at which you see there are two demons just kind of peeking out from the inside.
And Gorthos help you too.
Oh, sorry, we did not wish to interrupt you. I have made my way to asking my colleague to vacate your room.
Well, thank you both.
Yeah, I'm really sorry about that. Hi, what's going on? You must be, you're not the boss, but you must be a boss. Hello, boss.
Greetings.
My name's Astaroth. How are you?
Gorthos is doing fine. He just holds out a little hand.
As you look over toward them, Gorthos, you notice the weapon that they seem to hold on their back, as you recognize such a weapon.
Gorthos like pulls the mask to the side. What is that?
You see the weapon that was given off to the Goron hero, one that was once counted among the four riders.
Gorthos drops his hand. He's like, that sword. Gorthos, can he hold that? Gorthos needs to examine that right now, please.
Oh yeah, sure. Here you go. If you can lift it, little guy.
He picks it up like no
if
effort.
you can lift it, little girl.
Gorthos just fucking takes it. Your strength score is good enough.
Gorthos, you lift it up. Yeah, you have your thing where you can also use two-handed weapons in one hand. You lift this thing up, which is bigger than you.
With one hand, he just spins it a little. Ooh, yes. He just examines it.
Ooh, you're stronger than you look, ain't you?
Gorthos is many things. He's just checking it to see if it's dented, scratched, broken, anything. Is it pristine? What's up with the sword?
I remember now why they're named Astaroth, because I named them Astaroth after Soul Calibur, because they have a really big fucking weapon. Anyway.
Yes. I figured it was that. I don't know many of the characters in Astaroth.
As you hold it in your hands, you definitely remember this weapon, very similar to whenever you looked at the weapon that you had found before from Nimbus. This is undoubtedly one of the weapons that the four riders have wielded.
This is the Boulder's weapon.
Ah, you know of it.
Did Gorthos make this weapon?
This was one that you did not make, no. This is one that was forged from a great Goron champion who had apparently turned himself to stone, and asked for his muscles to be used to further the great village on the mountains. This was something that was forged before you had met your friend.
We were dear friends. He was still alive. His rider, the Boulder.
I didn't realize that the Goron hero had any friends in the Lost Woods.
Gorthos just pulls the mask off his head and just so he's just out of his fucking vision.
Oh fuck! Yes, calm down.
Gorthos is not of the Lost Woods.
Oh, you're a skeleton like the boss.
Stall. Yes.
Are you his sister or something?
Brother.
Oh, your voice just got deeper.
He just shrugs. It happens.
Well, sorry about that. Which one is this one? You can call this one Gorthos. Gorthos, right, sorry. Wait, Gorthos. Gorthos. Oh, you're the one outside the fire temple.
Pardon?
Yeah. You look a lot different.
She like goes over to you. Yeah, are you sure? You're so little.
He just like puts the sword up on his shoulder. Porthos is capable of many things. He does not know any statue of him.
There's
Even
a
though most
statue
people have
of
forgotten.
there's a statue of quite a lot of people there. I believe they call themselves the Fearless 100.
Fearless 100.
Whenever I was
Is that
talking
real?
whenever I was talking with the Gorons up on that area, they had told me that if I was worthy of this blade, I had to go and defeat the Fearless 100 up atop the mountain near the Fire Temple. I didn't realize exactly who they were, but apparently they were statues made from living earth magic that was given to that place by the great Goron hero. The last one I had to face was wielding this blade.
It was up the hero himself then.
Well, she kind of like looks about. He was the final fight, but there was one more. There was a great skeleton donning a large dark cloak. All of it made of stone, have you? But the cloak itself was not, draping amongst him almost as if it was a shroud encompassing the entirety of a large skeletal body. It was one that victory was not exactly possible at the time. And I believe that's that ones they called Gorthos. Back whenever I talked with the Gorons of the village, they told me that was the strongest of all, because if one were to defeat them, it would make an enemy of the Gorons. According to them, the Goron hero wanted nary a scratch on the cape, nor even of the body of that creature. So that statue is the only one that still stands.
So you earned the sword, but you couldn't beat the replica.
I'm glad that I did not. I didn't wish to make an enemy of the entire village, though it is one of my more, how do I put? It is one of my more large failures in battle that I've seen myself. I wasn't able to land even a single hit on that thing. It seemed that any time I got close with any sort of blade, including the one you hold there, they seemed to disappear and find themselves behind me. Must have been some sort of enchantment on itself, or maybe even that cloak it wore.
To think they still thought so highly of
If it truly was you, that entire village still thinks of you highly. Again, they were willing to kick me out if I even made a small scratch on that thing.
Well, I'm not so sure that you're worthy of this, perhaps. He has no right to take it. He did not create it, like the others. He brushes a hand against it, just around the Goron symbol, and just holds it back out to her.
I'll take it with honor then. Especially of note, as you are the one that at least was the visage of that one that defeated me.
Gorthos is interested in seeing exactly how they depict him. Gorthos has been known to fluctuate in height with.
You will probably not be very happy then. Why is that? Well, I was told that recently that statue has been defeated.
Pardon?
I know I said before that it still stands, but that was only as far as the last I had heard. Whenever I visited the Goron city the other day, apparently they were all readying themselves for war.
Ooh. Destroyed it.
They said that there was a large creature that seemingly blocked out the sun from atop the mountain.
Whenever I was up there, I never seen anything like it, but they said that his skin was as red as the setting sun. None of them got close enough to really see much of anything from him, though it looked as if some of them were on their way to make their way to the trek of the Fire Temple themselves. I unfortunately had to make my way back here because of the summit.
Red as the setting sun. Oh, Gorthos might.
According to what little info I got from them, the only thing that I know of is that they defeated the statue and apparently took the cloak for their own.
That's, well, he puts the mask back on and the hood back up. You'll learn very quickly that the copy is never nearly as good as the original.
Well, how do I put? Anyone who can actually take that thing down had to have either been prepared for it or had some sort of trickery to them, or they're just that damn good, but I'd like to think that there's not a lot of people who are that much more powerful than me. Though,
You'd be surprised. Don't let that discourage you.
As I was going to say, though there are plenty who even are just in this very manner. I thought for sure if I came up here I'd be able to take this place over. Apparently I'm not even in the running, though. Whatever. I never had any magical talent, at least. They must just be looking for that. That's definitely it, right?
Well, Gorthos is not in the running for it, and from what he understands, he built this mirror.
Well, then they have to be looking for something other than sure physical and actual fighting prowess, right? If it couldn't be the two of us.
Who can say? Gorthos can't remember.
There's just a smile from Lucifer in the background, just like, I'm not gonna say anything that's gonna make either of them sad.
He just goes a little shrug. Wow. Continue your good work. You hold a very important relic in your hands. Gorthos would hope that you don't do something to desecrate or dishonor.
I would never. I knew this belonged to 99 Slade statues, sacred as they were to the Goron people. I wouldn't do anything to anybody up here. Down there, like she kind of like looks over toward the window. Depends on how they treat me, to be fair.
That's the sentiment Gorthos understands is just the norm nowadays. They're far more tolerant than Gorthos remembers.
Yeah, when you're by yourself, they're usually pretty fine. It's just that whenever you try to go anywhere with anybody else, it's like, oh, where are you guys going? Though it's still better than that weird city off to the north. They make you pay an arm and a leg just to go in. I much more like it up here on the mountains or down by the rivers.
There is a beauty to this place. Not sure why the name Death Mountain was stuck. It's not that dangerous. Unless you can't outrun the lava, that is.
You know, other than the random lava pits that are everywhere and the large fucking dragon dinosaur things roaming around, falling rocks all the time.
Yeah, this place is perfectly safe. If you're not stupid.
Being around the place that basically cooks you just for standing there.
Yeah, exactly.
What? You act as if you have skin.
Yeah, but what those feels fine. What do you mean?
Either way, boss, you want to make your way in here? I kept it nice and warm for you. Oh, that's what you were doing. Thumbs up.
Just a little thumbs up.
Lucifer and Astaroth lead you into the main room. It's the first time you've seen it, but it's basically just a nice little high-end looking noble-esque room. As you step in, again, like I told you last time, you have kind of like almost a mental map of this place as you step in and look about it.
You do note that there is a rest area. There is a small little area that has clothing and other such thing. There is the hidden door leading down to the area below, as well as another hidden door leading off to some sort of a storage area. As you do look about this place and kind of contemplate all of those things, if there's anything you would like, please be sure to let us know. We'll make sure to grab anything to your fancy while you're staying here. Yeah, don't look at us like we can't get something. If there's anything you want, we'll grab it. It might take us a couple of days if it's something that can only be like in the desert or something, though.
Gorthos has never been to the desert for long, so he's not sure what their cuisine is like. So don't worry about that.
It's amazing you can even make your way to the desert in only a couple of days from here. It would most likely take us, even with our carriage, several weeks, I would think. We got our ways.
So that's the second group of people that has that kind of answer.
Oh, so you've met with them. Those are our ways.
Gorthos has met them and has gotten migraines from them.
It's like, oh, them, yes, that is how, yes.
Fantastic. Well, Gorthos wants for nothing at the moment, Zelda.
You see, as you say Zelda, both of them slightly flinch a bit, but do kind of stand firm. Oh, I'm perfectly fine as well. Of course.
Yeah.
Well, if there's anything else needed, we'll be right outside. Yep, just yell loud enough and somebody will show up.
Oh, good. That feature's still stuck around.
It sort of waves behind her as she steps out. Lucifer goes to the front, looks back to you guys. If there's anything you can ask me, she's not usually the best for keeping things quiet as well. If you need anything suitably subtle. Either way, if I'm needed, I will be outside.
What colorful characters here?
I wonder who else works for this place.
Gorthos wonders who else is a lord here. At least he kept both of the secret doors. He just motions the walls.
Secret doors?
Yes, there and there. He just points them out.
You point over toward the areas. You see that Zelda seems to kind of tilt her head. This tells you that you may be unique in the fact that you have a mental layout of this place.
He just thinks for a second. Maybe not all memories are gone. With those feels, he knows this place.
Well, apparently you have been here before. Sit.
A map of sorts, he thinks. What other secrets is this mention? If Gorthos had a hand in this place, surely there must be a forge somewhere.
Perhaps. If there would be, it would probably be... Like, looks around. If you had a hand in this place, either very close to this room or somewhere adjacent.
Gorthos would think he would put it in the room vault circuit is it, but he did not see it. Love is a very good foot. It doesn't matter. So,
You could always ask him later, could you not?
Yes, he doesn't want to speak to Gorthos later. How should Gorthos tell the others?
I do not know, but Gorthos. Should we do something about what just happened?
What do you mean? About what? Many things have been happening.
Well, I meant with those two. Whenever you mentioned my name, it seemed to have caused them pain. Similarly to what happened a little while ago whenever I mentioned some names in front of Polo. I believe there may be some sort of a aversion to me from certain people.
Well, Circuit did say most of the others had to agree to your presence.
Hmm.
What names did you mention to Polo? She doesn't flinch when when Gorthos refers to you.
Oh, I'd believe it is most likely because of her family lineage. They probably had nothing to do with whatever happened back in those days. So, her father, or whoever was the demon around that time, most likely did not have any knowledge or any involvement in me. Maybe that is why her blood does not flinch whenever they have my presence. That being said, neither did the bishop, so I do not understand. That also makes me wonder, however, if there is some sort of problem here, I would like to make sure that it is no longer, well, made that way. Should we refer to me as someone else for the time being? Though that might be a little bit underhanded if we're asking for their help in allowing me to stay. What do you think? Should we go under a pseudonym, or should I just be forthright with them?
Gorthos already has one pseudonym, doesn't he?
Should I go by Gorthos?
You look more like a Thoron.
You're right. Maybe I could mix around my letters.
Gorthos assured Lincoln he had a very long and hard thought about that one. Or at least Link did. But if this person claiming to be Demise somehow is truly Demise, there's no reason to not be forthcoming with information then. Who knows, perhaps them knowing that the mortal goddess once again walks this earth, along with Demise, might persuade them to pick the right side this time.
I hope it does not come to that. I do not believe that Demise still walks these planes, but I also do not wish to cause another conflict just by my being here. At least one of that scale.
It's not your presence that will cause conflict, Zelda. It's that person's. Even to claim the name Demise may rally lesser beings to its cause.
It seems as if it always causes trouble, me being around. Even in my regular lifespan, there were 2 large conflicts with me. Perhaps I was foolish in thinking that this was something to be happy about.
Those conflicts weren't your fault. None of this is your fault, but just how things tend to be. Gorthos is sorry for it. If it eases you, Gorthos will avoid any kind of mention of conflict with this individual. Gorthos will give them the benefit of the doubt.
From what I've heard of these summits, they are usually held rather conflictless. There's not usually any sort of violence or anything that accompanies it. I would like it if that stayed the same. The idea that a gathering of demons would only lead to violence is so archaic that I would rather it not be associated with that if it ever came to it. Those who rally against demons would most likely use it as a way of saying, see, look at that. It was meant to happen. If there is anything that I can do to get rid of the conflict, I would. But there is also something that needs to be done as well. Gorthos, I'm a bit of a hypocrite. I know that I do not wish to cause any problems, yet I know that my presence here is already causing problems in itself, and what I wish to see is most likely going to stir the pot as well. But I want to have hope that this place can handle it even with all of that. Am I terrible?
No. No, of course not.
Are you saying that because it's me, or are you saying that because it's true?
You act like those things are mutually exclusive reasons.
Just making sure. Do you mind if I rest for a bit? I know that you most likely do not feel very tired at all, but all of that walking and swimming is a little bit rough. Do you mind if I lay down for a bit?
Of course not. Gorthos has no use for this bed anyway. But if there's anything Gorthos can do to avoid a conflict here, he will do it. If not for the summit, then for you.
Then I will lay myself to rest for a bit. I'm sorry that everything is the way it is, but I'm very happy that at least there are some people out there who seem as if that they completely remember you, as well as all of those heroes that made their way into the Kokiri Woods. The Fearsome 100, apparently.
Not as catchy as the Four Riders, but Gorthos accepts it.
It definitely was named by him when he returned, wasn't it?
No, perhaps, most certainly.
Only someone who can call themselves the Boulder could possibly come up with an idea of a Fearsome 100.
It's nice to know that he came back, though. Gorthos will let you rest. He supposes he should mingle with the others here.
Let me know if
Yes.
anything important shows up.
He'll be the first to know.
She scoots her way back onto the bed, and as she gives you a bit of a smile, she draws the curtains.
Gorthos will just make his way out. He'll close the door softly behind him. Yeah.
You make your way out, make your way over toward the center of this room. We are going to move on to Gallon.
Hi.
Gallon, I said this was an eatery, and then I looked at where things are. These are definitely stools, not tables. They're kind of like pews back to back to each other. So this is more of like a sittery instead of an eatery. As you come into this place, you do note that there are quite a lot of seats, quite a lot of almost like church pews off to either side of this place. Seems like this is some sort of a study or reading area. Upon entering with your couple of ghosts, you will take note that you are not the only person in here. Let me get this thing in really quick. Oop.
Could it possibly be? It's such a mystery.
It is.
It could be anyone. It
be-
could be Vol Circuit.
Maybe.
Despite the fact he's repeatedly said he's stuck in like 2 rooms, it could be.
You see what appears to be a woman off to the very end of this place, seemingly just reading a book, looking off to the
to the window. As you look over to her, you see that she seems to be practicing magic off over there. From the horns that you can see on her head, she is most definitely, like most everybody else here, a demon. As you enter, she seems to turn over towards you, but then completely just kind of look back toward her book.
So is she just reading, or is she actually casting spells?
She appears to be reading, and as she's reading, she's holding her hand up and seemingly just having like small notes of magic appear there. You also note that she appears to have chains on her arms, though they don't seem to be connected to anything.
Mind me asking what you're up to?
What is it?
Just curious.
Oh. I'm just studying. I will not be of any bother to you.
What are you studying?
Words of power, ancient archives, and as she motions over to her hand, just getting a bit of practice in between. A bit of multitasking. Nothing special.
Oh, exciting. Mind if I take a look? Have a bit of experience myself.
She looks over to you. As you start making your way over, she goes, "Oh, a male Gerudo."
I'd say the one and only, but well, there's two of us here.
You note that whenever she said it, she did say a male Gerudo.
Yeah.
So
we picked up on that.
as you do say that, she looks to you like, far less imposing than the other one.
No, we have very different talents. His is definitely in the brawn. Mine is more sparks from fingers.
You make little sparks in your hand as you do. She seems to smirk and make little sparks in her hands. Of course, come over if you wish to see. I, for one, am not making much leeway with this. It appears to be made in a text that I cannot read. Some sort of demonic language long past. Though, there are bits and pieces that I believe I can put together. It's not... how do I put? It doesn't seem as if this was written in a way for it to be easy for those who weren't the writer to read, as if it was a spellbook of sorts for one individual. Any sort of names that are along inside of it seem as if they have some sort of power to them, but the names themselves are hard to pronounce, if any. I can tell that they're names because they seem to be made in a possessive sense, but it would be easier if you just looked. She hands the book over to you.
Sure. Oh, look.
You look inside. It does appear to be some sort of demon script. As you look at it, you remember seeing certain small depictions of this off in the books that, or not the books, off in even the circle that you had saw whenever you were in the princess's area. The demon script itself seems as if it is jotted down very roughly. When she said this is probably a spell book of somebody, you can definitely tell that that is the case, because it does not look as if it was printed in a legible way. Looks like somebody was jotting down notes for themselves later. Upon going through it, however, it does not seem to give too many amazing results to you.
Does it look like the book we have?
The book for dummies?
Yes.
Go ahead and give me a roll. Let's see if anything translates from the demonology for dummies.
3.
It appears that whoever made this again was not trying very hard to make it easy. The demonology for dummies lets you understand some of the letters, but then you look at the handwriting of the person and you're like, is that an O or an A or a Z?
Whoever wrote this was a monster.
Tell me about it. Though it is something that I'm learning quite a lot from, it would make things a lot easier if they would have put a little consideration for those in the future.
If only.
Do you always get this close when you're reading?
Is there a problem?
No, I just wanted to know.
You look over to her. You see a large, like, scar going down her left eye, as she seems just like kind of like look you up and down for a second.
Not used to many people outside of this place getting very close is all.
Because of the whole... well, demon thing?
The whole of everything, yes. The way of which that I tend to practice, the visage that I give away, and as well as the scars that I carry, I am not the most social of people.
Well, that kind of stuff usually doesn't bother me. Besides, I, for lack of better term, am practically a knight for a demon, and a would-be king's advisor.
Oh. That's very interesting. King's advisor, you say?
He's one here for the meeting, Vega.
Ah, the Demon King, apparently. Sorry, I thought you might have meant the King of Hyrule.
Oh no. Even if I have solved half a dozen of his problems.
You have? Such as what?
Well, I mean, the town was almost taken over by a landlord of all things.
A landlord? Oh, you mean that crude man, the one who tried to drink in all of the monster blood?
Oh, you know, good. Saves me explaining.
I know of certain things that happen throughout the city. I do not spend much time there, but information does travel, especially when there is one out there trying to become a demon.
If it was somebody else, I wouldn't find it so bothersome. But he was awful.
I'm glad to know that he was taken care of. I had left before any sort of interactions were given with him. It was not any of my business, you see. Whatever happens in that town, well, it is the town's problem, not mine.
I completely understand that.
I don't believe there was much I could do to help either way.
Besides, not everybody's job to play hero, just the people with a temperament for it.
Hero, yes. Would you mind if I take that back?
Here you go.
She brings it back up to her face for a second, but then, looking as if she understands how rude it would be to just go back to reading, she seems to crease one of the pages and fold it down.
So, I saw what you did earlier. You seem to be somewhat of a magician yourself.
Not wrong. But, mind me asking a little question?
Of course.
Got any advice about this place? Anywhere interesting to spend my time?
Oh.
For as long as I'm here, at least.
Death Mountain or just the summit here?
I'll take both, but preferably the summit.
The most interesting places in Death Mountain are most likely the fire temples. There is apparently a relic of the River Zora up here as well that they tend to have some sort of a, passage to at some levels of their lives. Other than that, the hot springs are rather nice. But as far as this place, there are quite a few interesting places to go to, though for someone who already knows magic, I don't think that there's anything much for you. Unfortunately, there's plenty of things here that could potentially put someone on the path of magical ability, Not much for those who already have it. It appears that the demons here who own this place don't wish for others to gain much power. If I were not invited, I would not have made my way.
I get that. People are surprisingly stingy. I won't keep you anymore. I can keep poking around.
Of course. Sorry that I was not able to give much, from this here. If I
No, it's
decipher
not- any
anything,
is
I will let you
appreciated.
know.
More than what I expected anyway.
If you find anything of any worth as well, be sure to come to me.
Absolutely. Favor for a favor.
There has to be something worthy of our attention here, right?
I hope so, at least.
You say that you're here with somebody? Being a knight for a demon?
Quite a few somebodies.
Well, take care of them. You never know what happens in a place like this.
You're right, I don't.
Apparently there hasn't been too many instances of actual fighting or death in this place since it was created, but you never know, this place was called Death Manor for a reason. She says, as the super casual happy music plays in the background.
The fuck has their iPod on shuffle?
God damn it. Well, hopefully.
She looks back down to her book and opens it.
Yep. Ellen will start taking off and just keep exploring.
As you get up and go to leave, she does stop for a moment. One more thing.
Yeah.
Your name?
Gallon.
Gallon, of course. Thank you.
Been fun.
You go to leave?
Yep.
You make your way out. As you step out from there, your ghosty friends float off with you. As you see Arma make her way over and just sort of like float off beside you. Was rather rude of her to ask you your name without giving hers herself.
No big deal. We'll be here for a bit, so always other times.
No one should take offense at small slights like that. I think it was rather good of you to not blow up the situation.
So flattering.
Taking a road that is higher than most to avoid circumstances is always appreciated with those of power. There are times whenever boisterous attitudes can cause more problems.
It is true, but then there are also times when you need to draw a line in the sand, not get walked on.
Oh, believe me, I do understand that.
But that out of everything is nothing to lose a head over. So, any bright ideas, you two? You pick the direction this time.
There's nothing around that really feels very spiritual, which is, I guess, understandable since they're demons. They would probably not allow any other sort of presences about them. Anything that would cause things to be a little bit worse for wear would most likely be either destroyed by them or moved somewhere else. Also, there is a temple nearby, so most spiritual activity is most likely there. Where there has been more treading, demon lives are long. Not many would have lost their lives in such a place. That being said, they said that there were some areas above and below that could be considered housings. I have not seen any staircase going above, other than the one at the other side of the hall there, but it doesn't seem to go very high at all. I do see that there is a way going below, however.
Let's go that way then.
Do you want to make your way to the staircase going down?
Yep.
You make your way over. You can tell just as you get there, just looking up from where
What's
you
the word?
are. Huh?
I was saying, what's the worst that can happen? I go to hell.
You can see on your way there, just from looking up, it almost looks like this area is almost like a loft-like area. You can still see somewhat up here, even from your angle. You see that up here, there's just kind of like a look around of the bishop. He seems to be just picking up random things and looking at them and putting them back down. As you start making your way down below, you do find that you enter a long hallway. This hallway seems to kind of go on and on as you look down it, almost without being able
Oh, wait,
to see
actually.
the... Huh?
No, sorry, I passed by the bishop.
Oh, the bishop is upstairs, yes. If you want to go upstairs, you can.
Oh, yeah, no. If he sees the bishop, he'll be like, hey.
You make your way upstairs first. The bishop seems to be over at a table right here. He picks up like a tea set and then puts it down. You say, hey, he looks back. Oh, hey. Gathered anything so far?
Just getting a little familiar with the place, Your Grace. I just thought since there's been a spare moment, I was curious about something.
Oh yeah? What's that? He says as he looks around. You see that he seems to start making his way over toward a desk off in the corner, as if he only noticed it when he turned around to say hi to you. It's like, all right, behind me. I never look there. As he looks as if he starts picking up books and things from on there.
You taught the princess magic, right?
Somewhat. Saying taught is a rather interesting way to put it. But I was able to pass on some of my knowledge because she was interested, yes.
I was just curious, not right now, but if you've got anything to teach or in the mood to.
He looks back over towards you. You already have a teacher, do you not? Though, I suppose... He looks you over, kind of like you see his eyes flick up to your forehead before he looks back to you. Looks as if you've been left alone, haven't you?
Been for a while. And so far I've had a few teachers.
Usually the one that raised you, if you were raised by a witch, you would have had her gem passed on to you by now. If you were ready to wander the world like you are.
No, she hasn't passed anything like that on to me.
Magic is interesting to me. I know of it and I understand enough that I can tell people what to do with it, but the magic that I can do does not come to me naturally. It came by one who gave themselves up for me.
I wish I could say mine came naturally to me.
You see him look back to you as he sort of like brings his hand very briefly across the gem in his chest before looking back to you. If you can find some way to learn naturally without some sort of great sacrifice, then hell, I'd like to know it as well. That being said, to some people like the princess, it comes very naturally. Maybe it had to do with her blood being that of the goddess. Maybe it had something to do with her natural innate talents. Maybe it had something to do with her determination. I don't really know. But if you have a similar advantage given to you, perhaps I could pass something along. My magics are more augmentative. I can't cast a fireball going forward and blast apart my enemies, but I can get myself closer to them by giving myself the power of flight and speed.
Oh, okay, I'm picking up on what you mean.
The magics that I taught to the princess, most of which consist of things like that. Other than that, she should only be capable of performing some minor tricks causing fire or sparks or water to be shown from her hands, perhaps. Maybe
As he's like listing those off, can Gallon do those?
just like fire, sparks, water.
Water.
Yeah, that. But other than that, she would have learned how to enhance herself physically. It's always a gamble, though. Magics that augment yourself, you run the risk of them being permanent. I know it doesn't seem like a bad thing, but for example, if the power of speed that I were to give someone becomes permanently augmented to them, they can no longer go at a normal pace. Not to mention, life seems to pass them by quite quickly. Maybe that just isn't a worry of those with the goddess's blood. I do not know.
Question. I wouldn't know the answer to that.
Either way, if nothing like that is scaring you away, I could definitely try. Is there anything about yourself you wish to augment? Something you wish that you could potentially aid yourself or maybe even give the gift onto others? What would you find incredibly beneficial to you?
Well, not lacking in the looks department. I am surprisingly spiritually aware as he motions to the two ghosts next to him.
Hello!
Blasting with fire has not been a problem. A little bit of speed actually doesn't sound like it hurt. Be a little more nimble. Work well with these two. Well, actually, I don't know what one of you would do, but, well, it works well with Arma.
The power of speed that I can give you is a power that is that of double time. You would be able to move swifter, react more often, and even potentially get another hit in battle. If you were to master it, you could even give it off to more than one person, though you would have to be concentrating on such a magic to keep it flowing. And if it ever fell out of your concentration, those who were affected would be rather uncomfortable for a time. It's haste. He's trying to teach you haste.
It's a...
As he looks to you, is that something that you would find interesting?
Sounds like it'd be really useful, yeah.
He looks around for a second. There was a forest just outside of this place. Could be a good place to practice. Come out if you ever have a chance. We could go now, or we could go later. It shouldn't take too long to give off to someone with a talent like yours.
Oh, you flatter me. Though I was still getting used to this place, so maybe later?
We shouldn't have to worry too much about people going crazy here. However, as much as I'd like to believe in the history of such a place, there's never been a case in history that there are quite a lot of notable people here without someone to keep them in check. That old bastard definitely found a great time to keel over, didn't he?
What would the goddess of time say? Something, it's all as it should be, it'll be fine in time.
If you believe in that kind of thing, I won't go put it against you. The gods and goddesses don't usually interact with our kind, so I can't tell you things are just going to be okay.
I've had a few surprising conversations with her.
Well, next time you converse with the gods, maybe put in a good word. Hell knows I could use it. He starts making his way over.
I'll keep it in mind, good bishop.
Oh, one more thing. I can't find it, but there's some sort of magic in this room. I've given up interest, however. He then starts walking away more.
How dare you? Well, time to start searching the room.
As he makes his way down the stairs and off away, you want to try searching the room?
Yep.
Searching the room could take a little bit of time, depending on any sort of rolls that we go with it. If you do plan on searching, it will take a little bit. Even if you get a nat 20, I'm gonna say it's gonna take you at least fucking 5 minutes. No, come on, you don't just like look over like, oh, you mean this map? It's like, oh, you mean the Holy Sword Excalibur over here?
Oh, never mind. It's Excalibur. No one likes that one.
Is that what you meant, good bishop? I'm surprised you didn't see. You need glasses. Polo has some.
Damn. Slammed.
As you want to look around this place, why don't you give me a diligence check first? I say, as you have 2 fleeting already.
Oh, yay. 9. Nat 20.
Okay.
Wow, it really wanted to not be on the 20.
As you're looking around, roll me for your magic as well.
No.
8, 9,
10,
10, plus
15,
your
16.
16, yeah. As you begin looking around, you take a little bit of time to try to take in stock of the room. Between you, Arma, and Bull, you're able to kind of take stock of anything that could be considered suspicious before making your way around. You make your way over toward the teapot that he had picked up before, the one that he had engaged with as you were making your way into the room. As you pick it up, you do note that there is a sort of strange presence about it. You're pretty sure that if he would have had more time to look at this, he might have found out something about it, but that was whenever you walked in.
And sucks to be him.
As you pick it up, there does appear to be a strange sort of mysticism about the teapot that you have in your hand.
Well, is there anything in it?
Looking inside, currently, there appears to be water as you open up the top.
Oh, okay. Let's try pouring some.
You go to pour the tea out into one of the cups that are provided off in front of it. As you do, you find that the stuff that comes out of it seems to be rather strange for this place. As you pour it out, what the hell? Spotify's being weird. Ah, no. Anyway, seriously? I pushed play. Why aren't you playing? There we go. As you pour it out, you see that there is a slight sparkling to the liquid as it comes out, as well as the steam that seems to rise from it. You see that as soon as it does, both Arma and Bull like seemingly float away from it rather quickly.
What, is it that bad?
You look over to it, and because of your status as a sage as well, or some sort of sage in training, you look off to the water. You can tell that some sort of magic is coming across this teapot to seemingly give a sense of holiness to the water that it pours out from it.
Find the holy water teapot.
Somebody has a fucking holy water teapot in the fucking demon village.
You know what? What does holy water tea taste like? He'll take a sip.
You take a little sip. You get a bit of a drink. As you do, you're like, I should have probably put this in some sort of a leaf or something, as it just tastes like hot water.
Oh, okay.
It tastes like hot water, but you can tell with your holiest than thou abilities that it is definitely giving off some sort of a magic. Whatever sort of implications that are on you seem to actually, you do have some. Roll me for your spirit. You have something going on with you, so I want to see if something decently bad but probably good happens to you. Bad but good but bad.
Hey,
Mhm.
will I get the +3 from Arma?
Causing the bypass are concerned. Which is it? The outside of battle one or the in battle one?
Yeah. Outside.
A player
+3.
attempting to investigate. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's go.
You have 2 fleeting as well.
Oh, okay. 14. 12. 14. 18, 21.
plus 3 plus 3 plus. Okay.
24.
As you take a drink from the tea, you feel something come over you as you drink it. For a moment, you have to strain yourself for a bit, because you feel as if your the magical effects that are on you currently begin to somewhat lessen. However, because of your ability to keep yourself cool and keep yourself from being affected by those type of spiritualities, and just because you rolled pretty high, you do not lose the magical effects on you, such as the protections that Koro had gave you. You feel as if you drink this water, you any sort of magical effects. You're not sure if curses or anything like that are among that, but I mean, it is holy water. It seems that magical effects seem to disappear from drinking this. At least from drinking a decent bit of it. Maybe that's why you also didn't do it. Who knows?
You know, let's just play Marco and pour this over his head. It's like, what the fuck, Galen? What? I was testing a theory.
I wanted to know if you were possessed by some. No, you are just mad at me. Okay, I'm sorry.
So let me get this straight. You have the idea of pouring scalding tea water on top of Marco.
Just in case.
A funny prank. No, not actually.
Okay, no, I can't actually really defend that. I'm sorry.
He'll take the teapot and he'll go look for like a butler or someone. No, wait. There's a witch in the other room. I'll go ask her if she knows who the fuck this belongs to.
You're gonna show the other magic user off in the other room.
Yeah, why do you have a holy teapot of dispelling magic in your satanic house, man?
You make your way across to where the other woman was. As you do come there, you say you're going to the witch. However, you do note that unlike a lot of witches that you've seen, this one did not seem to have any sort of crystal or anything on them. Very similar to you, they don't seem to have any sort of gem or something to do anything with. So calling them a witch is probably less accurate than calling them a magician.
A finger wiggler of arcane power.
Finger wigglies. You make your way over. You have a teacup in hand as she looks to you, just going over. I'm not really that thirsty, but I guess I'll accept.
No, I would not suggest that.
Oh, is there something the matter?
I found a teapot, and it seems to pour like holy water.
When you say teapot, you do hear just a very small thing from her, like congratulations. But then you say what it does, like, oh.
Yeah, magic teapot.
Why is that among the possessions here?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out.
I am not someone who is from here. I was asked to attend here, so I do not know what kind of magics would lie here. Holy water, that... She thinks for a moment. I've heard that slight amounts of holy water are almost akin to a sort of strong liquor in the eyes of demons. But I don't understand exactly why they would risk something like that.
It's a long pause from him. He just nods. Everything makes perfect sense now.
No, I get it. They're just getting drunk. All right.
No, it all makes sense now. Thank you.
When I say small amounts, I mean extremely small I don't... She stops for a second. This seems to have completely floored her. She has closed the book and everything.
Understand. Completely, entirely. So I'm gonna go take the... Do you know who's in charge here is?
I believe it would have been that Lucifer fellow. I believe he's the head butler of this place. Though if you're looking for the actual one in charge, you would have to go and sit among the thrones in the main room. That would take you off to Sir Valcircid, I believe his name is.
Right. Great. Alright, time to go ask a dragon for a teapot.
You wish to have an audience with Volcircuit?
For a teapot.
Hmm. Do you mind if I come along?
Go ahead.
I have not actually seen him since my introduction to him, so asking for some sort of possession of his would be an interesting occurrence that would happen.
And I have not seen him.
Oh, then you must make your way. She goes to stand up.
Oh, let's go say hi to the bone dragon and ask him for a teapot.
The four of you make your way as you go over toward the section in front of the place. Do you sit on any of the thrones in particular?
Can't ask me that.
You see that as you go there, that she was also making her way there, but then she just sort of smiles and goes to the one beside of it.
Oh no, she's going there. No, he'll step back, like, please.
Oh no, I'm sorry, excuse me.
No, this house is more of yours than mine.
I'd have no idea, but this is my first time being here. As she like looks to it, you already sit down another one. She's like, okay.
You get the big chair.
As you sit down, immediately the two of you will vanish. We'll get to you in a minute.
Can't believe I'm gonna fucking die for a teacup.
For those of you who are making your way out to the hot springs, you all find that the maid of the place, Eve, would be leading you all aside from this large forest area that you guys would have seen before upon coming into this place. Off from the north of it, you do find that you seem to be going off around where the large pool of lava would have been if you're looking off toward where the ruins are at this point. And you see that as she's leading you by, you would most likely have been made your way this way if you would have made the actual trial section done. But I mean, no harm, no foul.
We just solved it differently.
Exactly. Though that being said, she looks as she looks back to all of you. There are quite a number of different areas you can go to. If there is any sort of privacy that you might need, I'm sure that we can accommodate. Upon making her way around, you find a large section of very rough-looking rocks seemingly sticking out from the side of where the trees begin to start thinning, making a very narrow passageway around. As soon as you guys get to the point where the trees begin to pass, however, all of you start to feel extremely hot. Though thanks to the blessing that Koro had given all of you, the heat doesn't incredibly go at you. However, someone like Obra, who even has that potion she had drank before, seems to somewhat be affected by it. There is a decent bit of heat. However, as soon as you scooch from the tree line into the section where there is the large parting where the rocks are, it seems to somewhat dissipate for a bit. Stepping in, Obra seems to give a bit of a sigh, as if she was holding her breath, almost going through. And as she stops for a moment to catch her breath, she seems to, again at this point, be very much showing the fatigue of what you would assume a Zora would in this place.
Mm-hmm.
At least that of the river Zoras. As she finds her way there, you guys step a little bit further inward, where you find that there is, again, just beyond the parting, a large set of steam seemingly coming forward and going alongside. Once we make our way forward, we should be able to find the attendant here. I believe that Mr. Koro said that he had met them before. Oh, of course, yes. They said something about how Dodongo and all that. I only saw them the one time, but they were nice. Well, it should be rather easy to introduce you then.
Alrighty.
I'm sorry if it is very uncomfortable for the two of you. He looks over toward Ronan and Obra.
How are you doing?
Better since coming into the area with steam. Once we had stepped our way out from the tree line, it's almost as if the oppressiveness of this mountain began to show its full force. For those who are not used to this place, that is exactly what that was used for. If you would have went your way down the trial area, you would have had to have been pelted by such a experience for quite a bit. I believe that most people who make their way through the actual trial do not make their way out for at least 12 hours. I think that was the fastest, and that was done by one of the more recent additions to this place. If you were to be lost in there for too long, then most likely someone would have to have gone and fetch you and take you back to where you came. You would have failed.
Oof.
That being said, we did come here with quite a lot of, of those potions that you had brought with us, Ronan. I'm sure we should have been alright going through that anyway.
Yeah. Doesn't really matter now, though.
You all step a little bit further in until once again you find what appears to be a part in these large boulders that is making up almost like a hallway going forward. You note that as you are going through this very claustrophobic section of rocks, that again, the only thing kind of making it not a hallway is the steam that's coming through, and of course the fact that if you look up you can see the sky. As you find your way to a small partition in front of you, you see what appears to be a large separating section that seems to make their way off to either the right or the left. Making a bit of a beeline either way would apparently be what is expected of you, as there's not a ton of leeway in showing exactly where to go. As you look off toward the woman who is leading you this way, however, she does seem to point off toward the left area. This is where you'll find the attendant. Off to the right is a section that we usually leave open for those of the Goron brothers who make their way through here. It leads mostly off toward their settlement, deeper into the mountains. They have a section of the hot springs that are entirely their own, as it is their ancestral right. But they're usually fine if we go and make our way through to them as well.
Oh, that's nice.
They're rather extremely kind. I've heard that they're accepted in most areas around Hyrule. I believe that even in the places such as the Gerudo Desert, they are mostly ignored whenever they make their way toward the cities. Some of them are even let inside.
Oh, I'm sure
really?
That's very impressive.
Among the races of Hyrule, they are extremely kind. Most everyone around do not cause any sort of fuss whenever they're around. Shall we go?
Sure.
You all start to make your way off toward the leftmost path, heading off further into where you would most likely see the steam getting thicker and thicker. Almost magically thicker and thicker, as you do feel, Marco, especially because of the nat 30 you got from before, that the same kind of illusory magics that made things kind of hotter seem to still kind of be in effect over here. You sense a very similar type of magic coming from this place.
More magic. I see. Interesting.
It's mostly to enhance the experience, I've been told.
He nods.
As you would
Looking
find
back at it over and seeing how she's doing as we get closer to the heat.
more and more as you guys are walking through the steam, she seems to be somewhat all right. Ronan, as you are feeling it, the steam itself seems very watery. So it is very much like almost like a humidifier in here. Like it's going rather crazily. You know that Zora are mostly at danger of drying out as opposed to the heat. So it seems as if she's doing all right.
Helps.
Mm-hmm. It seems as if she is doing all right.
Okay.
Before all of these things happened with you, you were mostly at danger of drying out, not really of actual fire damage.
Yeah.
But she, as you guys step forward and are more encompassed by this section, it almost feels as if you're walking into a sauna, like at all angles as you are walking through this place. It takes you another minute or so to keep going forward,
But as you do, you finally come across an area that seems to start getting darker. As you look up, either stone or wood or something seems to take over the area atop of you, and begins to kind of let the area itself start to have a sort of rustic feel and smell to it. Stepping forward, looking off in front of you, there is a large open area leading off to several other caves in front of you, but you do see what appears to be some sort of a reception desk off to the side. As you see what appears to be a person, what appears to be a lot. I have to say that because, illusion magic's happening around you. But anyway, you see a person that seems to be just sort of standing and reading a small book in their hands. One that doesn't seem to have any sort of cover to it. It makes it out to be some sort of a notebook, it seems. Again, I'm trying to say things other than it seems to be. Now that I've noticed, I said that about 5 times in a row. I'm trying to expand my vocabulary, my vernacular.
Okay, do not worry.
You find what appears to be a man who has, again, the same kind of demonic horns about himself, standing off and looking to each of you. He appears to be a rather large figure as well, similar to the ones you have seen before. But he just sort of doesn't seem to be being affected by a lot of the heat around the area. He looks over toward all of you. Am I to see guests here? These are more guests that have made their way through. Would you like to introduce yourself? They won't need me to do anything like that. They're only here to see the pools. Am I right?
I mean, that's what we came here for, but we wouldn't mind knowing your name.
You see him sort of cock his head over toward where Polo is, before giving a bit of a smirk. Well, I can't very well say no to someone who travels with one of my kind. How dare you for turning off my Spotify Discord?
This is fucking.
I turned it back on. I turned it back on. It's fine. You can call me Modeus.
Well, it's nice to meet you.
And all of you?
Oh, Ronan.
Z.
Hey.
Hello.
Marco.
I wanted to do the thing.
Polo isn't answering because she actually looks like she's kind of lost in her own thoughts about other stuff.
I wanted to do the thing. He said Marco, and it was gonna be followed by Polo, but never mind. No,
And Polo.
no. As you guys are Marco, and then everybody looks over. It's like Koro.
Polo. Oh, apologies.
And I'm Obera. Thank you for your hospitality.
There's no need for that. I work here. Come on ahead. What can I help you with? There are several pools to cleanse your body and minds. If you wish to stay as long as you will, though I will have to let you know if there is any problems or you stay in for too long, I would be the one to have to come to rescue you. So if you are the sheepish type, please do not keep yourself in too long. If you are, you know.
I'm sure he didn't mean anything by that, Polo.
I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that kind of sheepish. He puts his hand up to his head like,
Don't even look like a sheep, really.
You know what I mean. If you plan on staying in for too long, try not to keep yourself in a compromising position. I will have to save you.
Okay.
Understood.
Again, is there anything in particular that any of you are looking for? There are plenty of baths and pools available.
No, not for me. I'm just looking for a bath.
Same here. Well, you boys are rather big. There's a pool off a bit over there. Usually the muscly types like it whenever there's a ton of the steam around to keep themselves, I think toned is a good way to put it. I don't really know myself. I'm not really that kind of a build, though as large as I do seem. He kind of like brings his hand over to his arm and kind of squish at it. It's like, looks can be deceiving. Though, I have been told that it's very nice for you types, if you'd like.
I'm
I thought you were saying you
anything.
types! No, I'm playing. Burrow, shut up. He goes over, it's just like, well, I never. This is how you treat people, huh? Your patrons? The last time I saw you, you were almost killed by a Dodongo. I still don't believe you about that. It was definitely a dragon. Pool's right over there. He just kind of like motions with his thumb.
All right. This Ronan will also make his way in then.
You make your way over toward the sauna pool.
Yeah, sure.
If that isn't what any of you guys would want, there are a couple more different places we can go. Looks over toward Marco. I would recommend the herbal pool for you, but at the same time, it doesn't seem as if you are of the same kind of dimensions as these guys. It's usually too hot for people like us. Ones who don't put everything into their extreme physical training, though it is rather nice if you stand there for short periods of time. One of my favorite ones, even if it is a bit dangerous.
Interesting. I'll take you up on that one. I'd like to live a little dangerously.
Man after my own heart. Maybe I'll join you later.
Alrighty.
Even
See you later.
if just to keep an eye on you to make sure you don't die.
Thanks. Understood. See you two later. Marco shall go off.
You start making your way. He points off toward another pool as you head off in that direction. There are several others as well, if the two of you have anything in particular in mind. Those that soothe the muscles, soothe the bones, soothe the skin. Anything in particular you're looking for? I know that you are a guest among us right now, Polo. If there's anything that could ease your stay in any way, I believe that it would be in my best interest to make sure you're comfortable.
I'm not particularly picky. Just something quick and private.
Well, he stops for a second and starts to think. There's one that's, well, as I mentioned to the one who just went by, is a little bit dangerous, but it is definitely private. We call it the isolation pool. It's inside of a rock that's so thick that sound doesn't seem to permeate through it. It's almost like depriving yourself of sensory information. The only thing you feel is the heat of the water. It's rather nice whenever I want to get a bit of time to my own thoughts. And other than that, the only way you're going to get privacy here is if no one chooses the pool you're going to. If you want privacy, I definitely won't choose any pool you're going to, Polo. Don't worry about that.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Miss Opera.
If that's the case, then just about any of the pools here can be private.
I will consider the isolation one, as you've recommended.
If you want, I can lead you there.
Mm.
In that case, he looks over to Obra. I would recommend the sensitive skin pool. Does seem as if you are a river Zora. There are different ways that you can handle different things out here, but to get your body acclimated to the heat, you might want to make your way there. I'll take you up on your offer. This way, Miss Polo.
Thank you.
As he makes his way away, you see that Eve seems to take up his spot. Obra seems to go by and head off a little bit off where you guys are going, but does seem to turn off a little bit from you as he points her off in the correct direction. You find that Amadeus takes you over to the almost very far end of a long hallway that seems to get thinner and thinner the more that you go farther in. As he stops, there is a there seems to be a stone-like doorway in front of him. He looks back to you. This is it. The best place in the entire mountain to get some space to yourself. The pool isn't that deep, so don't worry too much about falling asleep in it or anything like that. You're mostly there to keep a bit of a mind of yourself, right?
Something like that, I think.
You'll find that it's just big enough for you to be able to float. It takes your entirety of body length about. I think that someone that is even my size could definitely lay in there with plenty of leg room. Though it is small enough to where if you do have any starts or need to have anything to happen, you can get up rather easily. Unfortunately, like I said, the entire area is soundproof. So if you do have any problems, I need to be outside in case you need help.
I see.
I won't be too far away, though. And I won't be able to hear anything, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
If you do make your way outside of the doorway here, just call out my name if you need anything. I'll just be right down the hall.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Do you mind if I say something? It's stupid, but I think that I'm not great with words. I appreciate you being here.
But we do not know each other, sir. I don't understand.
Half-demons don't usually get a lot of recognition in this place. Having one that is on the list of people at the summit is definitely something that I and a lot of others like us took notice of. We usually are considered, well, servants to those of higher bloodlines than us. So having someone like you on the list, it gives a lot of us a lot of, well, we're rooting for you. Sorry if that sounds stupid.
No, it isn't stupid. I just feel like these expectations might be misplaced.
I do not have expectations per se. In fact, most of us understand that Volcircuit is still going to be our master from here on out. But we still, at least myself, I can't really speak for most of us. If there was someone that we would have, well, put in front of us as someone who can represent at least a small portion, it would be someone who has the blood of the one who used to own this place. It is because of him that a lot of this place even has the amenities it does. It is because of him that the history of this place is not tainted with blood. And to have someone out there who has his blood but also is a half-demon like all of us, I'm sorry if it makes it awkward again. I don't wish to put any unnecessary stress on you. I just wanted to bring it up.
No, it's all right. I never considered that there were other half-demons. I never truly met any in my time in the North.
There are plenty of us. We just don't usually get to keep ourselves amongst company.
Mm.
Most of the time, we half demons are shunned from any sort of family involvement in a lot of ways. Whether it be through cruel games or even malicious intent. My mother myself didn't want anything to do with me, so sent me and my father back over to Hyrule whenever I was born. I never even really got to know her too much. So, growing up with horns in Hyrule isn't the best, way to go about things, and so I found my way here.
It seems like there is a lot of reverence of the good sort for my father.
Of course, he was
There's-
before my time, but
There's so much about him I do not know.
this is the
I'm
first
learning-
summit since he was gone, I've been told.
I am learning more and more of the weight he carried on his shoulders. But I will not burden you much longer. And I will
Anytime you
ensure
wish
that
to
I am-
speak is never going to be a burden to me, Miss Polo.
I will assure that I am not in anything, that I am not in a too compromising a position should my frailty get the better of me in the bath.
I do not think you should have too much of a problem there. This place, while it is dangerous, it is not dangerous for those type of ways. Most people look at this and they're like, oh, this is going to be easy or fine, but a lot of the times people's first time in is a little scary to be alone with just your thoughts, you know?
Well, I more so meant if I was to pass out from the waters.
I
would rather, I would rather not. I would like to hold on to my virtue.
If anything were to happen, I will make sure to avert my eyes.
I've already thought of several ways to do around this, don't you worry.
Of course.
There's just a polite bow, and she's gonna make her way in.
You see him making his way back down the hallway. You see that he does do a slight turn to a area that would take him to one of the other baths. However, you see that, again, like he said, he will be just down the hall there. There seems to be another desk off in that direction. As you want to make your way inside?
Yes.
You step in to this area. You see that it appears to be just a very small little area. It seems to almost be like the ceiling of this place seems to curve downward as you look forward. If you, as you see the waters ahead of you, there's no real light in this place at all. There's no much of anything like that. Upon closing the door, even, a lot of the light of the room seems to go away. Though, with your demonic senses on, you are able to somewhat feel around the area very well. It does seem that it seems to cut off most of your eyesight. As you look forward and you hear the slight movement of the water down below, very, very slight. Again, if you didn't have your demonic senses on, you're pretty sure you wouldn't even notice.
Yeah.
Do you want to disrobe and make your way in?
The way she's going to disrobe, because she is now paranoid, she is going to take off everything but her underwear and the white blouse.
Okay.
Which probably still somewhat see-through.
Yeah,
I don't
you
know.
know.
I don't know how. I've never thought about how sheer this is. Probably not too sheer considering where she's from.
But
But,
cold water will just make it. Whoa!
So she's at least going to have some sort of covering on should she get lost in everything and just fucking pass out, and fucking die.
You take off some of your outer vestments and just leave your underwear and your blouse on. As you eventually realize, whenever you go toward the water, you are gonna have to somewhat crawl to get into this area. Because again, it's almost as if the ceiling of this place is low for a reason, to where it is almost forcing you in a laying position when you get into the water. Though again, it's deep enough that you do still need to somewhat float, but you can tell that it's not that deep. As you get inside, you lay back onto your back, you stare upward toward, again, nothing but blackness, but you can still tell from your breath and from everything around you that this is most likely just like a very small place. Claustrophobia, people with claustrophobia beware. But you lay there and you lay back and you stare forward. I would like to know, as everyone is in their baths doing their thing, is there anything anybody would like to do while they're in their baths? Is there anything you guys would like to talk amongst yourselves doing? Do anything of the sort?
Nope. Just chilling.
Not that I can think of.
Okay. Also, I love that they're talking about like the big muscly boys, and then Z went with you.
Hell yeah.
Z, in fact, did go with you.
We've never seen him. We don't know.
He's swole as fuck.
Z's the swollest fucking fairy in the world. I mean, I do have part of the Triforce of Power in me, apparently, because you guys touched that last thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're swole.
I'm swole as fuck, boy.
Get it.
Squeaky, is there anything in particular you'd like to do while you're in the bath?
Not really. Just kind of inner thoughts. So nothing really.
Okay. It will take you guys a little bit of time to be adjusted to the bath times and do the chill outs from where you're at. Eventually, I will say it would probably be in this order that people would leave. Probably the swole boys first, because there is no rest from any of the heat anywhere in your guys' place. Whether you get out of the water or stay in, there is still extremely hot steam and sweating, and everything is just oppressive as fuck. But you guys are
fed like a crab.
But you guys are just fucking glistening as you guys come out, though.
That was nice.
That was great. I loved it.
Oh, are you okay?
There's like a blinking light as if a flashlight is going out from Z.
Oh no!
Quick, you'll be able to see what Z looks like.
I'll play the song of healing for you in a bit.
As you guys would come out, probably followed by Obera, because Obera would be like, "Oh man, any sort of heat." At that point, probably Marco, unless you overexert yourself, you would be coming after them. Smelling of fucking absolute roses and complete herbal bossiness.
100% overstaying.
Oh, you're
Why
going to
not?
be overstaying. You're going to be overstaying.
Live dangerously,
yeah.
you wild bitch.
I would like for you to roll me for your resistance, then, please.
Hell yeah. And I currently have a fleeting.
You do currently have
So
one
it's great.
fleeting.
These are used, so throw those
So
over
that fucking
there.
bath who's boss.
Heckin'. Just grab these two. Let's go. How can I stay in the bath pretty well? Potentially. 12
I
of a
believe in you.
good baseline. 12,
12
13,
plus
14,
3, that's
15,
15, 16, 17. Yeah, you're fine.
17. Yeah.
You stay in a little bit longer. You take the words of Modeus as a bit of a challenge. As you stay in quite a little bit longer, you do feel that you are red and pruny as you come out. However, you are smelling of not only herbs and remedies and whatnot and
Herbs and
roses,
spices.
but also victory. As you make your way away, Polo, eventually you would be laying in there. You almost feel yourself again like going to sleep in such a situation.
Yeah.
Like there is complete and utter just vacancy of all most sensory things with you. But again, with your demonic senses, you're able to keep yourself somewhat tied down, like tethered down.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to begin to make your way away?
I was gonna say she was probably gonna stay there for a goodish bit.
If you want to give yourself a little bit more time, I would have you roll resistance.
I choose to fail.
Oh,
You're gonna pass
Yes.
out?
Yes.
Okay. Yep, fine. You can definitely do that.
Leave me here to die.
you've chosen pass out.
Do-do-do-do. Again, the first ones to come out would be the two of you, Ronan and Koro, as well as Z. You guys will make your way out. Do you want to return to the manor? I wonder if Gavin has done anything. We should. I should tell him to come back here. That was great. It almost reminded me of home.
Sensory deprivation means what is time, and thus you lose track of it.
That's true.
It's crazy.
It's very true.
Yeah, sure. Roman. Do
That's
whatever
good.
Goro's thinking.
Okay. You guys would make your way. Obera would come out beyond that. She would stay around for a bit longer. Marco, you would come out far beyond that, as you would see that Obera would be waiting along for a bit as she just goes, "Oh, you took quite a while."
Yeah. I was kind of challenged, so I took him up on it.
You Hylians can get rather pink. Are you sure you weren't cooked?
Pretty sure I wasn't. I'm still alive.
You know, there is such a thing as being cooked alive.
I'm aware. I've been told that maybe if I'm boiled in water because of my my blood, something cool would happen with potions and stuff.
Oh, well, I was more going to make a crab joke, but all right. Either way, I suppose I'll make my way.
Actually, there was one thing I wanted to ask.
Oh?
That door that we saw, the one that looked like it had stuff imprinted into it or something. That it reminded me of a door we saw that had a bunch of gems put into it, and it felt a weird sensation when I touched it.
The
Today?
one in front of the portal, yes?
Yeah. It can gems be like sentient or something? I guess that's the best way to ask.
Well, they shouldn't be, but there are exceptions, obviously, to many things. One could be that they are somewhat inhabited by a spirit, similar to a sword spirit. But also, they could have gained some sort of sentience of their own through magic. But then there could be one similar to this, as she motions up to the one that she has on her head, which takes in the essence of a witch. There is potential, but there could be some sentience among the different gems of such. What sort of vision did you get?
It reminded me of that other door, like a sparking-ish sensation that, like something was ripped out of the door that didn't want to be. I guess would be the best way to describe it.
What about this other door, the one you spoke of that you had seen before?
Oh, that one? Oh, that had like a bunch of different gems on it. Like the black one sort of tried sucking life force out of me, I think.
So, Marco, forgive me if I'm missing information. You had seen a door that tried to suck your life force out, and then you saw another door that had a similar look to it that had almost as if it had some sort of life in it.
Yeah.
I think we found your answer right there.
Oh.
And I'm not sure if that's entirely true, but given the information I just had, whatever life was in that gem might have belonged to someone who had touched it.
Ah.
Oh, nice job, music.
Huh.
It got all dun 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 right whenever that was dropped. Holy shit. Nice.
And then I guess I could also sense that the gem had something to do with the portal magic or something. Beyond that, I guess it might have been whatever the Eve had pulled out of her pocket. Oh well. We solved the puzzle, so I guess it doesn't matter too much.
There were 3 gems inside that door. The one she pulled out was some sort of a orangish gem. What color was the one inside of your vision, or the one that you had seen before?
The one that I saw before was a black one. I don't believe I remember a color in particular to the door that I touched, right, Nico?
No.
Yeah.
Then we can assume that it might have been black as well. Meaning it's probably not the one that Eve had. Perhaps it's one that is further inside of this place. We could go and ask the one in charge. Or we could go and snoop around ourselves.
I do like snooping around, which reminds me at some point, I gotta grab the goddess to go snoop around that lake area again.
Oh, the treasure you said that you had seen? Or you had sensed?
Mm-hmm.
I believe there was a lake nearby. You could always ask Ronan or myself to accompany you as well.
Maybe I will. Maybe I'll grab a small party together again. Hopefully this time it'll work out better than trying to go through the dungeon again.
We shall see. I guess the one thing you might have learned from doing that is that perhaps a wide set of skills would be useful. You are a spelunker after all. I'm sure that you've probably had a lot of experience going through dungeons before, have you not?
Of course.
Did you always go through them yourself?
Yeah.
I would have thought you would have tried hiring at least a couple of guards or something.
Well, I mean, I've been on and off with different sets of people throughout the years.
Oh, okay.
Nothing ever really stuck.
Well then, hopefully this one will.
So far, it's the longest.
Come on, let's go see what we can snoop up.
Alright.
I'm rather interested in this gem as well. Something that steals life force, you say? That sounds more of a curse than magic, but if it's something that is inside of a gem,
Well, if it's a curse, then that's even double. I want to find that.
Let's go. As you step off and continue to go forward, you guys would go to make your way back to the manor. Several little bits longer would pass, Polo, as you unfortunately fail your check.
Yeah, I do.
Unfortunately, it's like, oh man.
Yeah. There's that. I could just.
I've never
imagine
seen
just,
someone
like,
roll a 0 before.
all the things in her mind, and then everything starts getting hazy and cloudy, and it's like, oh no, and then it just consciousness slips.
After a little bit of time, you're not sure how long, and I'm not going to tell you how long, you find yourself waking up. You find that you are waking up inside of a bed. There appears to be a cold rag on your forehead. And there does not appear to be a ton of steam around. You see that off in the corner of this room that there is a person off away. He seems to be somewhat looking over a small kitchenette that is in this area, seemingly chopping something as you sit up. He does not seem to look back to you.
Oh dear. My apologies.
Oh, you're awake. Welcome back. If you'll give me a moment, I can attempt to make some sort of a hearty meal or something that could give you back some energy.
No, I'm fine. Apologies.
I'm a rather good cook, if you don't mind.
If you insist.
You see that he returns to the food in front of him.
Like I said, the bath itself is somewhat dangerous. Though, not in any way that I would understand is too actual dangerous to the body or anything. You should be fine after a meal and maybe cooling down a bit.
Mm. How long was I unconscious for?
Well, I checked on you after around an hour had passed. There wasn't any response, but I assumed that potentially my voice had not gone through. I waited a small bit longer since I knew that it is very hard for anything bad to happen there before checking in on you and noticed that you were asleep.
Uh.
At which point I brought you back here. At that point your friends had already made their way away, so I assumed that you wouldn't mind staying here for a bit. I believe it's been around an hour since then.
I'm a little surprised no one came to check on me. They probably have their own things to tend to.
These baths can be exhausting in the best of times. A lot of them probably wanted to get out of the heat first off, but secondly, as I said, I was standing guard outside, so it most likely, I mean, he kind of like looks off toward the doorway and then like back over to the stew. Once someone knows that someone's in the bath, it's very hard to walk in on them, you know?
Yes, I understand.
I'm sure your friends would have came to you if they knew that you were in danger of any kind.
Mm. It doesn't feel like time happens in there. It really is as you described.
You get used to it. Like I said, it's one of my favorite places here. It's almost serene, in a way. The closest that I've ever felt to any sort of actual grace of some sort of divine or anything. I know it's weird to call it that, but it's very much serene, is the best way I would call it. Though, sorry if my assertions of it were what led to you overstaying your way there.
No,
I feel like
no,
I might have been a bit of a cause of this.
No, that wasn't it at all. I only meant to be there for a brief bit, and then I kind of got a little lost, is all. I guess there was more in my mind than even I thought. But nothing to truly worry or dawdle on about. Nothing I'll talk your ear off about. I'm fine.
I literally just attend to the pools here. There is nothing else that really I have any sort of sway over or any need to do of anything. They don't even have me cook. They have magic and other such things for that. So, honestly, any bit of talking at me or any bit of things I can do, whether it just be listening or giving advice, I would very much be welcome to. Out of everything, I can tell you that nothing you have said or done so far has been any sort of burden. Do you like noodles?
Noodles? Noodles are fine.
I have a bit of a love for them myself.
You have any of the other guests that have come here come across the baths at any point?
Mostly the people here keep themselves to their business. They note that it is not time for the summit, so they go off and do their own things. The only people that have came here so far, honestly, are those who work here to give themselves a bit of a R&R, and all of you.
I see.
Is there anyone in particular you're looking for?
Well, one of the reasons we came up here in the first place was to find my older brother. Another reason is because there is something of mine that is on this mountain. I don't know how far to the top it is, or if it's even here on this very summit. But it's here.
Who do you think, would you think you know it if you found it, or, I mean, I guess if you're looking for your brother, do you think that they might know where it is or have found it?
Maybe. I never knew that there was something of mine even here until I saw my other brother.
If you're speaking of one of the sons of the one who used to be here, I believe that he is the one who refused to make his way here before whenever there was one making their way to him. I don't believe he's been to the mountain, at least yet, at least to this part. If he is looking for something, it most likely is somewhere else here, perhaps near the fire temple or near the lava pools of Goron Village. Though, he stops for a second. If there was a place that your father would have left anything, I would think that his old haunt, this manor, would be the best place for it.
That's what I'm starting to think myself.
There are plenty of places here that remain unused.
This manor is so big, and knowing that it belonged to him, I wouldn't even know where to start. Or if it's even still here. Well, I don't think my brother would have taken it, especially if he can't use it. I don't see why he wouldn't try to keep it away from me. It's very odd.
What is?
I've grown up with my brothers all my life, and they were all distant, yes. But as I've left home, I feel like I don't know anyone in my family. They're all strangers.
Yeah, I can understand that. Like I mentioned, most people in our positions have stories similar to that. We are ostracized for one reason or another, whether it be through malice or sport or whatever. They don't have the same ties with us as we would like to have with family. It's hard. I actually met with a sister of mine once, apparently, and she seemed to detest me and my father quite a bit. Barely even did much of anything whenever I came to get her from jail. She had been captured by some guard, most likely for doing something stupid, and me and my father paid her bail, and she left without a word. As if, of course we should do that. We basically belong to them, you know? Whenever my dad moved on, I decided to move on as well and made my way here.
Was your mother the demon?
Yes.
Mother told me that father loved me. We lived in his manor in the north. He died when I was still a baby, so I have little to no memory. Only recollections of his face I have were the portraits and paintings that hung on the walls of us together, looking like a family. So, pardon if it's a little odd that they had a union only to be abandoned.
I don't believe that, from everything I've learned of the one who once held this place, I don't believe that there's any sort of reason that he would have done something so malicious. As I said, there are several reasons for the ostracization, some of them being sport. It's different for everyone, I'm sure. I was just mostly speaking of my own experiences, I'm sorry. I don't mean to give any sort of thoughts that my experiences are what you experience.
No, that is not what I mean. When you spoke about it earlier, it seemed a little bit like my story is the exception, while yours is almost the rule.
Ah.
And that might not be what you meant.
No, I think that that's decently similar, if we want to put it to words. I don't know if you're the exception or the sole exception, but most who I've talked to in my situation seem to be similar enough. There are some who can pass in different settlements rather highly interhuman that don't have to worry much. Then there are those of us who are born with horns or other things that cause us to be somewhat easy to spot. It's more difficult at that point, and I'm sure that in cases like that, tensions can run higher. There's... I assume that your life has not been completely made of chew drops and rainbows, right?
I grew rather sheltered, for lack of a better way of putting it. My brothers were distant. My mother was loving and doting, and a wonderful woman all around. All I know of my father were her stories. And nothing really else came into our world. It was only after she died that I realized how vacant it was. It was after I left that I saw how different I was. And I hated it. But home didn't feel like home anymore.
And yet you're planning on returning.
I don't know. I feel like if Brother Vega does try to take over and become king, he will need help. I feel like I have to.
I had heard from the others that the sons and daughter of, again, the one who owned this place, would be vying for some sort of lordship or kingship off to the north. If it is truly not felt a home to you, you do not have to return, you know.
I've thought about it. At the end of everything. One of the reasons I set out, aside from the previous aforementioned one, was I felt that maybe if I ventured out and tried to change people's opinions of demons by doing good and showing them that we're not bad, that I guess maybe in some way I could form a new home. But seeing Brother Vega, I felt like maybe the problem was more at the root than I thought. Like tending a garden.
Trying to pull up the weeds?
Mm.
Here, your noodles are done.
Oh, thank you.
He comes back with what can only be described as a bowl of ramen. Once he hands it off to you, you do see that there appears to be several large chunks of meat, as well as a slightly runny-looking egg that is inside of it as well. As he hands it off to you, it seems to be a lot of food.
Yeah.
But you currently, upon looking at it, don't consider it a lot of food. Your demonic sensors are like, no, I can fucking eat this.
Thank you. What is this dish?
Oh, I believe that, yes, you're off to the north, so you probably don't have dishes such as these. This comes from off toward the east of Hyrule. I believe that the people there call it ramen.
Oh. You'll have to excuse me if I ask you to impart me the recipe. I am a bit of a cook myself.
It takes a lot of skill to make the noodles, but you seem very dexterous, so perhaps it would be easier for you.
Yes.
Are you a cook?
Mm.
I could try to impart some of my knowledge. I don't have a lot. I've only been taught certain things like this. That's where me and my father had actually gone whenever we had left the north.
I see.
I had a bit of an apprenticeship before I left, so I know a few things.
I can probably impart some to you as well. That way it is a fair trade.
Sounds good.
As well as thank you for listening to my prattle.
As I said, they don't really have me doing much here. Honestly, there have been times that I've thought about whether or not they'd even notice if I left. That being said, if you ever have anything you need of me to do, you need but ask, Polo. I meant what I said earlier whenever I say that, though I wish to not put more pressure onto you, it is rather nice seeing somebody with half-blood on that list.
Well, it's like I said, right? The problems are at the root. And if I have to talk to a bunch of full-fledged, excuse my language, uppity pompous demons, to show that we are just as equal on some sort of footing, then I'll do it gladly. Not just for myself, but for everybody now and who will come after. We aren't the first half-demons, nor are we going to be the last.
Those here, I don't think are going to be incredibly needed of those words. Unfortunately, the real root of any sort of problem here, if you're planning to pull it up, are those of the noble families and those who see themselves as, well, delighted of their purest of blood. Ones who still cling to their old ways and their long lives. I would see that most of them do not ever find themselves at a level that is wanted here. Those who are truly in power are those who don't usually try to associate themselves with those of false power.
No, the ones you'll see here are hopefully more like your father. I know that Volcircuit is rather intimidating, but from what I've been told, he is at least somewhat fair. He doesn't... how do I put... He doesn't stand idly by and wait. He gives his power to those who need it whenever he slumbers. Something of a natural force in the world that allows it to change instead of stagnate. That is why I found my way here after leaving my village. I wanted to get away from any sort of prejudice that was around. This place isn't perfect, obviously. There are every now and then a demon or so who comes expecting there to be more of a, well, class system here, but although I complain about the job I'm given, at least it's fair.
That's good to hear.
That being
Because
said,
as you-
this is the first summit ever since they had missed your father. So, well, I guess we'll have to see exactly how things happen, won't we?
Do you think that they were only the way that... Do you think that they were only the way they were because of my father?
I hope not. But there's always something in the back of my mind going, if something were gonna happen, it would be this one.
I see.
She's probably been like eating on like intervals, trying not to slurp, even though like that's how you eat ramen. She's just like, Northern customs, we don't fucking do that slurping shit.
He's just like looking to you, just like, oh no, if you want, eat the whole thing. Just like, it's like, suck it in. It's nice. Yeah, like that.
Does it not sound obnoxious?
No, it means you're enjoying it. Next time I'll let you try with the chopsticks.
Sticks?
Yes, they have a certain utensil that's best when used here.
Sticks?
He goes and shows you.
Oh, they're lacquered. Huh. There's a lot about other cuisine I do not know that I must learn.
It's somewhat some people would call it acquired taste. I would think that it is just different. Either way, if there is anything that happens here, just know that, again, as I mentioned, you can come to me for anything.
Thank you, Mr. Modeus.
Just Modeus is fine.
Mm.
Unless you want me to call you Princess Polo?
I can try to drop the formalities a bit. Force of habit.
Or as those in my village would say, Polo Hime?
Hime?
It's the same thing.
It's a little odd, but I can't shirk or insult other culture. That'd be rude.
Once you eat up and you feel as if you're ready to go, he motions over toward a chest off to the side. I place the remainder of your possessions and clothes over there.
Thank you.
I'll make my way out.
Yes. Thank you again.
It's no problem. He goes to make his way out.
Yeah. She'll probably finish eating and get her clothes sorted out. Probably take note of like the ingredients that are in here.
You see that there is quite a lot of strange things around. Not strange as in like, oh, I've never used these before, but like it seems as if
looking over at the preparation and things he had done some strange or like stranger methods of creating things, stretching and moving things around. It definitely seems as if the preparation is a lot more important than the meals that he was doing, as more important than the ingredients.
Mm-hmm.
I will really have to ask him to impart me this recipe.
And then she'll get dressed and leave.
You make your way out. At this point, if you would like, you could just stick around and see if he can help you with anything there, or you can make your way back off toward the manor and return later.
The only thing would be, again, like, learning the recipe from him, but that might take too much time, so she'll probably just head back.
Okay. You start to make your way back toward the main part of the manor. Again, as each of you would pass by the opening of the rocks, you guys would find that there is a strong force of air that seems to most likely take any sort of wetness that was about you and almost seemingly dry it out instantly. As you guys would find your way back toward the main section of this place. It's around time. I think that the last thing I'd like to kind of go over is Gallon.
Hello, I am Gallon.
We ended last game with a Volcircuit scene. I think we're going to end this game also with a Volcircuit scene, as you find yourself sitting down and disappearing in the section you are in, bringing yourself into a much hotter area than you were potentially expecting.
Well, I mean, of course, I'm here now.
Of course. You find as you sit down, neither of your spirits seem to have come with you, perhaps because they can't actually sit, the stupid spirits. I'm playing. But you find yourself standing in front of a large coiled up skeleton off to the very end of a long hallway full of lava moats and destroyed looking stone. As the person beside of you seems to be looking around as well, you note that they see that some of the pages of the book they have seem to somewhat look as if they begin singeing a bit. Not like actually igniting or anything, but you see that one of the pages begin to curl slightly as they put away the book that they're holding. My. You both hear a sort of clunking and rumbling off from the opposite side as the creature far off to the side begins to rise up into the air. As you see this large stalwart in front of you begin to rise up, you, by any sort of measurement, as I'm going to bring you over to it, are like maybe half of a vertebrae. That's pretty generous.
Yeah. Sounds about right. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah. As he rises to his full height.
And what do we have here? I believe I
there.
told Clavier that I would be resting.
Oh, I wasn't informed.
Of course you weren't informed. That damned bird. Who was before me?
Gallon, a male Gerudo.
Ysera.
I see. One among your number I'm expecting. But the male Gerudo, Gallon. What are you doing here? I've been told of your exploits by Clavier. You have accompanied Polo and Gorthos, have you not?
Correct.
As well as heard of that strange name that is going to be potentially joining us soon.
Which one in particular are we talking about?
Clavier told me that the reason that most of you are even making your way here is apparently your, Polo is speaking for someone not on the list. Though Clavier does
Oh.
not seem to have much knowledge of this person.
Right, yeah, that. Nothing to worry about with that. It'll be relevant once the talks start. Besides, I wouldn't want to speak for her.
Of course. I might as well stay in the dark of many things, I see. Either way, you've caught me in at least somewhat of a good mood. Here I thought I'd have to cast that bishop into the flames to take this place over, but it seems that I do not have to do much of anything. My presence here remains completely unchallenged.
Doesn't surprise me. He didn't seem like the contesting sort.
I didn't know there was any way to challenge for a contestant of this place.
You can challenge if you are strong. Currently, the strongest demons among us here are myself and that bishop.
I mean, how do you measure strength? Magical, physical, spiritual?
I think it's just who can murder who the best.
He's basically got it, yes.
All right then. Okay.
Now, what is it you have come here for?
Permission for a little object I found, but that aside, I mean, I was curious about meeting you.
Then you should meet me whenever the talkings begin. It is quite unorthodox for you to just make your way to me. Many who would come into this place would find themselves cast down into the flames if I were not in a great mood.
Good thing I caught you in a good mood then, right?
Not to mention, I heard that there shouldn't be much violence in this summit, if I'm not correct.
That was from the old ruler. My rules are law now.
And
No,
are you
I
encouraging
do-
violence?
I do not have any plans for it at the moment, though plans can change.
Well, let's all hope that.
Jake, you cut out.
Oh, okay. I thought it was me.
Hello?
Jacob.
Oh, okay.
I heard, well, let's hope it.
And then you were cast
let's
into the
all hope They
flames.
don't.
What trinket are you saying that you have that has caught your eye, Melgarudo?
I brought it with me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just take it out. This lovely little tea set seems to produce holy water. Rather unorthodox thing to find around here, I thought.
Why the hell is that here?
You
I know,
see that
right?
the kind of air he was giving, like the kind of almost regalness. He's like, bro, 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 bro. It's like, and then just keeps just, what the fuck is that doing here?
What's that here?
What is with everyone dropping the pretense around Gallon? The goddesses, oh, you come to. Okay, yeah, we don't fucking know why the mortal goddess is fucking here. Okay, we can't explain. And it's just like, oh, I'm fancy. What the fuck?
I love it though. It's very funny.
He's too big. He can't go in the actual manner, so he doesn't know anything about it.
Yeah, my friend here mentioned it might be related to a desire to be inebriated, but I wasn't sure, and I wasn't sure if it was safe. So, I mean, if it's unnecessary, I could take it away from here for you.
I currently haven't done anything like that myself, but there was once a demon that I had fed some of that to in small doses, and they seemed rather fascinated with it after a while.
Inebriated, you say?
Do you want to try? I can pour you some.
Ha! I don't think there's enough liquid in that small pot of yours to do much of anything to me.
I mean, she did say it would be an incredibly minuscule amount.
Almost inconsequential, yes. In fact, the amount that is inside the teapot may be just perfect for you, sir. If you wouldn't mind.
Seems dangerous.
Well, surely not to a demon of your stature.
Melgarudo,
Yes.
If you wish to take that trinket from this place, I suppose I should sample it first.
Oh, absolutely.
I will allow you to empty the contents of that canister into my mouth. If I find any sort of problem with it, well, hopefully you're quick.
This is definitely safe. Let's go.
You see
Let's get
that
the dragon junk.
as you start making your way forward, you see that the demon behind you, which has made her name out to be Ysera, seems to tap you on the shoulder before pointing a finger toward the canister, and a small stream of water seems to come out from it, filling up the canister a little bit from what you had taken out from it earlier. She gives you a small smirk.
Oh, thank you. I was ready to do it myself, but...
Oh, yeah, I did see you could do those kinds of magics before. I didn't know exactly how much control you had over it. My bad.
I like to think I'm adequate.
It seems that we are in similar skill sets.
Well, let's not keep the dragon waiting.
Of course, of course. I'll stay back here where it's safe.
Good idea.
As you start making your way forward, you see that the large stall lord seems to rest itself on his chest, his rib cage hitting the ground slightly as he lowers his head, his maw outstretched, seeming to just wait for you to pour whatever you can into it. I've locked him down so he can't be jostled. So just imagine all of that, obviously.
Of course.
As you get up to him and you see the maw outstretched, just like with Gorthos, looking inside of this person, you normally would expect to see through them. However, from the inside, you see nothing but a complete like full almost darkness inside, like this big dark void almost inside of this person. As you go to pour the contents of the teapot inside.
Yes, and Gallon's gonna sneak a little extra water into the pot while he's pouring.
Oh, how much extra?
Like maybe a cup or two.
A cup or two. Okay, I won't have you roll for that then. But as you go to pour a slight extra amount into the pot as you are emptying it into him, let's go ahead and I'll roll for him for a different thing.
Damn, I can't believe you're doing just like Marco would 100% do.
Yo, what's the best way to make a new friend? Get him toasted.
Can't believe you killed Gorthos's little brother.
Well, I guess somebody else can run the fucking house. Hey, Polo, you want to be quick?
I mean, I feel like the one who killed the big boss should be the one in charge.
You'd think.
you just see after a minute, it's like who are we putting here? Everybody thinks about it, looks over to the only answer for anyone, and then we cut off to see sitting along the throne behind the stall lord. You see Magic Frog sitting.
It was the only rational choice.
It was the only real choice. Let's be honest. As you pour it all inside, you see that the stall lord, after taking the full amount, closes their maw, and for a moment the malice in their eyes almost seems to disappear before they rise up extremely quickly and begin to jostle themselves about up ahead of you. As he seems to be making out extremely pained noises and screeching about. Those above, inside of the castle, would feel vibrations going through. Those who were just walking in, not you, Polo, you'd be far enough away. But those of you just walking in would be feeling the vibrations about, would be feeling the shakingness of everything. You'd see books falling off of shelves. And just like before with the clavier that was yelled out, you guys hear the pained noises from some sort of a creature. Gorthos, your little brother is in trouble.
Oh no.
As he dies, no.
I don't hear.
You could have saved him.
Though. I don't hear any.
This would be around whenever you're asleep.
Okay.
This would be around at that point for you. But as this begins to jostle about and everything, Gallon, you do back up a bit because he told you to be quick. As you back up a bit, there's this person like seemingly like thrashing about. Eventually, after a bit of time, he lets out a humongous scream and then seems to limply like fall over in front of him. I think you killed him.
Is the darkness still there? Is there
The malice had left his eyes shortly after he had raised himself up, before he was flailing about. As you look to him for a little bit of time, you and Ysera sort of like staring into one of his empty eyes. Eventually the malice seems to return as he raises himself up very slightly, looking off toward the two of you.
That shit's pretty good.
Oh, I'm glad you like it. Would you like some more?
Yes. Yeah, that's I can handle that.
He'll pour another pot of it.
Yeah, let's just go. Let's keep going.
As he lowers himself again, you notice even just appearingly there's like a small red tint to his bony cheeks as you pour him another teapot of this stuff, as the exact same thing would follow from that. What's up?
He's toasted this time. He won't notice if he's drinking 2 pots instead of 1.
Why are you like this?
You give him an extra pot of the stuff. The flailing continues around. As this goes down, there is just a smirk, just a dark smirk going across Ysera as this happens, and just a small, like a look of complete and utter actual interest and satisfaction from this. No longer coming from the book that she was reading. As the Stall Lord flails about, and what I can only assume is the closest I've ever came to something that happened from the actual games. I think we're going to be ending things off there for the night.
It's just like castle shakes, silence, castle shakes.
Like, even more. It's like,
castle shakes again.
Oh no. Death Mountain's erupting.
and screaming at the same time. Anyway, Gorthos goes to the throne.
As there are people making their way toward Vol Circuit as we speak, and as Gallon is pouring a third fucking teapot full of liquid into this person's maw, we'll be ending things there.
Come on, Vol Circuit. That was only 2 drinks. Surely you can handle more.
I agree.
You lightweight bitch.
I agree.
What a game.
I mean, to be fair, he's a pile of bones. How much more lightweight can you possibly get?
I don't know what you're talking about. I seem like a rock. I'm dense as shit, dude.
So it reminds me a lot. It reminds me a lot of, because obviously this is something that I was thinking potentially might happen, but this reminds me a lot of I don't know if you guys have seen The Last Unicorn. There's a
I know this story though.
There's a section of it where they have to trick a talking skeleton into drinking wine. He wants to wine because he's like, no, I remember the taste. Just get me wine. So they end up drinking a jug of water out until it's completely clear, and they hand it off to him, and he looks as if he starts drinking, and he's like, no, this is the good shit, and he starts like going like completely like drunk, even though he's not drinking anything, just because he's tricking himself basically into thinking there's wine in there. And this reminds me a lot of that, except holy water.
Not to be back in the Kingdom Hearts game when you had those fairy spores. You were like, no, Jake, that's poison. Yeah, so is alcohol.
And so is alcohol.
Yeah.
That's basically what the kind of thought here is. It's like, you know, like for demons, yeah, it is bad for them. If you fucking start like freaking using it as attacks on them and trying to like exercise them, it's terrible. But like, it's kind of like alcohol is to us. There's a slight amount of it's fine. It's just
why, you know,
gets them all crazy.
Throw some
Meanwhile,
alcohol on
Gallon's
someone,
like,
light a flame.
oh,
and-
come on, the Great Full Circuit, only 2 cups?
Bring me a
I
jug.
wonder. In this scenario, does that mean that holy water would ignite similarly to alcohol, but with like holy fire?
Who knows,
instead?
man?
Yeah. I wonder if I can give Full Circuit alcohol poisoning.
But yeah,
Fucking unbelievable.
you guys got to learn a whole bunch of demon shit today, and see a whole bunch of potential backstory Gorthos stuff, and also what happened to one of the riders whenever they came back. Apparently, they made a whole bunch of fucking sentient statues that fought people. It was fun.
Yeah, it sounds.
That sounds-
cool.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
One of them, which apparently, if anything were to happen to it, would cause you to become an enemy of the entire Goron tribe, which, according to other people, the Gorons are super chill and are nice to everyone.
Unless you
Apparently,
touch
they're
that
gearing
fucking
up for
statue.
war.
And they're gearing up for fucking war.
Oh no.
Whenever you make the nicest people in the realm gear up for war, you know you fucked up.
Oh my god. The Zora are about to be attacked by the Gorons.
Who knows, man?
Someone fucking beat ass red, fucking came and broke it and left.
As they hold up their spears, they say to war, and then they roll down the mountain.
Listen, don't fuck with Gorons. There's fucking. I bet those fuckers ride dongos and shit.
You know, when it comes
If they don't have bomb throwing Dodongo cavalry, I'll be mad.
when it comes to the Gorons, like for some reason, I can imagine them being like using Tonfas because they can easily have those weapons when they're in their ball form.
Or they just fucking do what Link did and fucking grow spikes for some reason.
I mean, some of the magical ones might grow spikes for some reason.
Listen, we just learned transmogging is a thing.
I love you guys got your little Super Saiyan thing. If you hadn't have asked for that from Koro, then the things might have turned out a lot differently, because then the immortal goddess would have actually been burned and Gorthos might have been angry.
I mean, I took Hellfire for her, so I don't know. She might have been fine.
Alan just saw that and was like, wait. Okay, so we need to find a gem to make this circle work? Hey guys, fuck puzzles. Let's make our own.
I completely forgot that I gave you the ability to read all of Ancient Hylian, and I literally made this for like, oh, everything's in Ancient Hylian. You have to figure this out. It's like, no, I fucking read all of that shit. I'm like, oh.
Yeah,
Fuck.
I just was like, I couldn't remember at first because it's been so long since it's been relevant, but that was like with the Bibble and the script and all that.
It's something I completely forgot, so I'm like, yeah, fucking all right. I guess this is fine. We get to see more of the castle today. Let's go, or more of the manor today.
Your fucking puzzle in every fathomable way.
You know what? And fuck, that's fucking awesome.
It's fine. I'm very happy for it. I mean, here's the thing, that like exit, quote unquote, was put there for a reason. There was a chance for you guys to find it, obviously. So like, I'm very glad that it worked out the way it did. You guys got in there faster.
This game has reminded me of the old KH game twice. Once with the alcohol and once with Deco. You forgot I had a body pillow that can smother darkness.
Yeah.
Sorry, fucking wait. Hold on. I never got told this one.
Oh yeah, in that game, like you either needed a Keyblade or to be around somebody with a special power to actually like kill Heartless and shit.
Mm-hmm.
We got a joke item that was a body pillow. It only did 5 damage permanently, but it would kill darkness. So I got stuck in a PvP with the fucking player overtaken by darkness. And it was like, oh, but there's nobody around. You can't kill him. The fuck I can't. Smother the darkness right out of him.
It was great.
Oh.
God, the body pillow had somebody on it, right? Who was it?
The unicorn.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That's big funny.
I completely missed it. Who?
The unicorn.
It was Unicorn Boy. He was a K-pop idol.
Yeah, everybody loved him.
Okay.
His name was The Lost, and everybody was like, "Oh, he's such a fucking dreamboat cutie madootie." he's freaking holy avenger, yada yada yada, and then you know they made a body pillow, and just his visage was enough to turn the body pillow into a holy weapon.
Welcome to the modern era. You can't stop us.
Oh man, we'll have to see if anything ever comes of that ever again. But this was fun. I'm very happy you guys got to see more of the manor. I was wondering if you guys would have to stay outside a bit longer and try to find like certain things, because obviously, again, going through one puzzle then going through another potentially. But I'm glad we get to see as much as we did and got to meet a lot of the characters. Because a lot of these are arts I've been sitting on for a long time.
I'm surprised to see Volcircuit so amicable.
He's very happy.
I'm sure.
With the if you guys hadn't have brought the bishop here, he would have been a lot less amicable, because he would have been like, no, there's somebody out there who can take this throne from me, and I can't give myself for anything while he still lives, kind of thing. But because Bishop's here, he's like, no, I don't fucking want it.
I don't want it. He's like, I had this whole. Never mind. Sure, cool, awesome. Let's go.
That's one of the things I really like doing whenever I make things like this. I like giving you guys ways that you can get over certain things by exploring and doing like anything you guys can. So like one of the big things was obviously if you remembered to talk to the bishop, because it wasn't a guarantee whenever you guys went back to Castletown that you guys would have even remembered the bishop.
Yeah, I think the only one who'd met him were Gallon
Squeaky.
and Polo, and
Oh,
Gallon only saw him like on the side when he was in the prison.
Oh yeah,
he never
yeah.
actually had the conversation.
Yeah. So yeah, like even then, like there was a very high chance you guys would have just forgot him. So like having him be kind of a key figure up here is one of the fun things. Is he's like, no, I usually don't even come to these things, but apparently I need to go and fucking find some peeps or whatever. So I'll come up there and, oh, you think I'm gonna ruin your fun or whatever? Fuck you, I don't care.
Fuck you. What do you think we are, friends?
Oh no, I'll fucking take this house that you can't live in.
Man. Fucking it's
That's right. If I just get Volcircuit to drink himself to death, then we can get this house for Polo.
Apparently, either it's just some sort of term of endearment, or apparently, heckin' Volcircuit and Gorthos are brothers.
Interesting.
bit of a stretch, but all right.
Who knows, man?
Who knows?
Who knows?
You know what? I know exactly how we can help. I know how
Like,
we can help both
see-
here.
Oh yeah.
Stop shoving holy water down his throat.
Well, that. But also, we just go back and we go back and grab Argo so that he can do that condensing thing that he does for the big guy. And make him
You
tiny.
want to fucking shrink Volcircuit?
You bring fucking. You want to bring actual fucking tiny little Argo in front of this boy and be like, shrink him.
And then now he can enjoy
I
the
mean,
house.
I guess I could.
But you can't just compress people.
That's what he's telling me to do.
Well, you can't actually do that, right?
Well, I mean, it'll be
Can
harder.
you compress like a sentient thing?
I can't do it to something living, but technically this isn't a living thing.
You're
Science
this close
hard,
to being
let's find out.
insulted.
That's racist.
Everybody gets one, Argo. That was your one.
I'm just saying, like, I could probably do it for you too.
Gorthos is so small already.
I mean,
That doesn't want to be an issue.
Can you do the spell but reverse? Can you do the spell but reverse, Argo?
I feel like if I say anything else, I'm gonna be in trouble.
Big giant man.
I don't think I want to. I
Giant
don't think I want to go to your guys' summit thing.
Or actually, maybe our Ant-Man. Argo.
You imagine just finding a Minish in this place?
See, that's when
Secret of-
Argo is the secret to winning. You see, he can make you all minish sized.
We need to shrink down and fight these Minish.
Do we really need help beating Minish?
Well, I mean,
Like, well, this puts a hand on you. You don't know what you're dealing with.
You haven't
don't
seen the
understand.
Minish.
You don't understand.
Oh, I tripped and fell. Whoops, I guess I committed a
thought
war
we-
crime.
Gorthus is like, I thought we wiped them all out in the war.
Listen, you'll think you've got them, and then you just wake up in the middle of the night like, what was that poking in my thigh? And then they just slash that vital artery, and there's blood everywhere, and you're gone.
Uh-oh.
You know those
I
100
don't
warriors?
wanna-
You know those 100 heroes that they were talking about in the Gorons? There used to be 1,000 before the Minish.
Remember that
There's-
time you were
there's
walking around
fucking-
in the grass and accidentally committed genocide?
It's like the fucking Smurf.
We don't talk about the Minish assassins, okay?
I was watching Sheikah trade Minish.
Yeah.
Tiny Sheikahs. Did they have a
Sheikah
tiny
Minish.
war with tiny Yigas?
Tiny Yiga.
You see, they are closely related because in order to make a lot of their Sheikah makes technology, they needed the help of the Minish to help guide them as they make their fancy tech stuff.
Yeah, obviously.
You think instead of like some bananas, they have to give the Minish ones. The Minish Sheikah get plantains.
They have to shrink the bananas and make them tinier so that the flavors are even more concentrated.
I see, Argo, you're perfect for this.
Okay, here I go.
Compress the bananas. Oh, fucking Christ.
It's so fucking stupid. It was a game mod where you can recruit, like it's like a Total War mod. You can recruit Minish mercenaries, and they had these fucking battle robot suits that they pilot. That was the Minish
Getting late here.
mercenaries.
I'm gonna head out.
Yeah, we're gonna be
Oh,
leaving,
there.
and we're gonna be leaving right here, my boys. Thank you guys for showing up and for hanging out with us for this game. We're gonna be ending the recording in just a momo. Yeah, thank you guys all for your subs and all that good stuff. We're hoping to get some things going this month and see how things go by the end of it. Sorry we missed out on an entire fucking week of streaming again. But there was some issues, and it should be settled at this point. With that being said, my dudes, hope you guys enjoyed us. Until next time, guys. Like always, later days. And the recording is over. Is anybody doing anything right now? It's 12:40.
Are the Nat 19 fam still going?
I'm going to look. Most likely, they usually are.
It looks like they are.
Heck yeah! Then we'll probably throw people over toward them. Oh, they're still playing Great Ace Attorney. Heck yeah!
Oh, heck yeah!
Go ahead and.
Technically, it is a visual novel.
Well, I mean,
you get down to brass tacks.
Technically. Go ahead and /raid. Bam. We're gonna send you guys over to Nat19 Official, where they're doing some heckin' coolo Great Ace Attorney, heckin' having a good time, doing all that good stuff. We'll see you guys at a later time. I don't even know what the hell I just saw there. It looked like a nutcracker. I don't know. We'll have to see whenever you get in there. If you've seen Great Attorney stuff, obviously no spoilers. But yeah,
Spoilers bad.
Hope you guys have a good night. Goodbye, everybody. Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.